Greetings. Greetings and good morning to you all. Welcome to the Atlantic Council. I'm Fred Kemp. I'm President and CEO, and I'm delighted to welcome you to today's conference on the future of NATO enlargement and Europe's new frontiers. I'd like to thank the Montenegrin Ministry of Defense for their participation in the Atlantic Council's Transatlantic Security Initiative. And I also want to thank our leading partners who stand behind all of our NATO programming, including Julie Finley. Does my heart such good to see you there in the front row, Julie. Airbus, the Ministry of Defense of Norway, and Raytheon. We have assembled an impressive lineup of speakers today. To welcome the Ministers of Defense of Montenegro, Macedonia, and Georgia, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia, and other experts and luminaries in their respective fields, including Dr. John Mersheimer. We're not going to break out into song unless you all want to, but I do want to wish a happy birthday to the Minister of Defense of Georgia. My Executive Vice President, Damon Wilson, was just in Georgia on his birthday, and he didn't get off quite so easy. He didn't get off quite so easy, so maybe we'll find another moment during the course of the day to honor you a little bit more robustly than I just did. Today's discussions come at a time when Europe faces a triple threat, from the east, from the south, and internally. From floods of refugees, from terrorism, Russian revanchism, resurgent nationalist movements, and an uncertain future for U.S. engagement in NATO, all of which threaten to tear at the fabric of European and transatlantic unity. One of the hallmark successes of NATO in the post-Cold War world has been NATO enlargement. Those of us who have gone through it understand that none of this was foreordained. Through the power of its institutions and the draw of its values, NATO has embraced former adversaries on a path to become free market economies, democracies, and allies. From Vilnius to Warsaw, Zagreb to Bucharest, a new generation of Europeans grew up in free democratic societies, thanks in no small part to NATO enlargement. But the question of enlargement and of completing the vision of a Europe whole and free remains open. NATO has propped open its doors to Montenegro's accession this year, the first move toward enlargement since Albania and Croatia in 2008, and the first of President Obama's 2 terms in office. But what about other NATO aspirant countries? And what does one do over time to manage the relationship with Russia, where many of us at the Atlantic Council still hold open the hope of embracing Russia with its peaceful and rightful place in a Europe whole and free? These are fundamental questions we're here to explore today, and I look forward to hearing how today's speakers will answer. I'm now pleased to introduce my good friend and Atlantic Council Board Director, Julie Finley. While I was working the NATO enlargement front as editor and associate publisher of the Wall Street Journal Europe, Julie, in many ways, was serving as the founding mother of NATO enlargement. So it's a pleasure to invite you back here. She was the founding member and chairman of the U.S. Committee on NATO that was born in 1996. And I just want to read a letter of 2004 from the then Prime Minister of Albania to Julie. Many thanks for hosting such an incredible evening at your lovely house on March 28th. As many of you know, dinners at Julie Finley's house played a leading role in NATO enlargement. He went on to say, it was a very memorable way for all 10 prime ministers of the Vilnius group to begin their triumphant trip to Washington. I cannot stress enough how important your personal commitment to NATO enlargement and your support for aspirant countries is. He continues in this last sentence, having people like you in Washington who stand on our side gives us strength and greater resolve to get the hard decisions made and accomplish our tasks for the greater good. So today, above all, is about hard decisions for the greater good, and I salute you, Julie, for the role that you've played in this history.
Well, nothing, frankly, would have happened without the wonderful cooperation of the Clinton administration. I don't know if we could do what we did in the late 90s, because there's so much virulent activity and violent activity. But, you know, maybe, who knows? I certainly hope that that this generation of NATO enlargement supporters stand fast, you know, really, the heck with Russia. They're human beings. If they don't want to join the land of certain values and peace, etc., healthy economies, well, problem, so what? Let them sputter out. But let's not let anything happen to NATO. It really is the greatest defense alliance, and its values stretch so far into the lives of the countries of its members, which have enabled the members to build healthy economies, have strong societies of democratic values. So it's been a terrific, in ways that weren't expected, in ways that were hoped. I mean, that was the whole point. You secure a country, you make a country secure, and then it can do all the things that it needs to do to become a free and democratic state. After the Czech Republic, Poland, and Hungary got in, some countries went really wild with handing out medals and ribbons, these beautiful things, and thanking those of us who had been working on NATO, on that particular tranche of NATO enlargement. And these countries would thank us and present these beautiful things. And I always said, don't thank us. NATO enlargement is purely self-interest. Has a healthy NATO has everything to do with our safety. Even as we move into this other kind of fight, which is the terrorist shooting people in cafes and dropping bombs in airports. There's a role for NATO in that, and that's going to be longer, I think, than we think, that those threats. So all I can say is go enlargement, go NATO, and don't forget the threats. I'll work on this end to prevent what's his name, Donald Trump from being our president. I know I'm not supposed to say that because I'm a Republican. We're supposed to get behind our leader. I can't. I simply can't. I'm going to write somebody in. John Huntsman. I'm going to write John Huntsman in. Anyway, it's wonderful to see you all here. You look like a healthy bunch that can keep this stuff going and overcome any hurdles that are presented. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Fantastic. Hi, I'm Damon Wilson. I'm the Executive Vice President here at the Atlantic Council. Thanks to Fred for opening us up today, and I really want to give a special thank you to, it's an honor to have Ambassador Julie Finley with us, a person who brings such conviction and persistence to this set of issues. She remains a source of inspiration and a testament that individuals and leadership can make a difference when issues look insurmountable, as some of them on our agenda do appear to be. So I want to acknowledge we've got an incredible audience, an incredible lineup of speakers today who have played a key role in NATO enlargement in the past and are going to be critical to the future. And I want to be upfront and reveal my own bias. I'm helping to organize today's discussion. We'll have various range of views, but it's no secret. I have been a strong supporter of the open door policy. I've had the opportunity to work on every round of NATO enlargement since 1999 and have been proud to continue much of that work here at the Atlantic Council. Before we begin the conversation, I want to provide a little bit of a scene setter to frame our conversation for the rest of the day and make 4 points. Why are we doing this now? What's the context and baseline? Where are we? Mention some of the perceptions, misperceptions that we have to deal with so we can focus on real issues, and finally raise some questions and perhaps some ideas about the way forward. But before I jump into that, I am going to just reiterate and say thank you particularly to the Minister of Defense of Georgia, whose birthday is today. I had the real honor, as Fred mentioned, of celebrating my birthday with her in Georgia last week. It couldn't be more enjoyable to celebrate your birthday with you here in Washington this week. And I also want to make a special word of welcome about why are we here now. And it really is to celebrate one decision, but to consider and ensure that it won't be the last. And that's why we're delighted to have the Minister of Montenegro, Milica Pejanovic-Duricic, with us today. We're here to, in some respects, to celebrate the invitation to Montenegro. And the Council, I think, felt that this was indeed a historic development that shouldn't go unremarked. After all, we're making a permanent alliance among our nations. It's a small nation, but a big signal as well. It's 8 years since the last decision to welcome Albania and Croatia. And it's remarkable, in 2008, Montenegro had been independent for only 2 years itself, regained its independence for only 2 years. And as we enter the debate and the ratification process, there's an argument about why are we continuing this? Why Montenegro now? First, I think it's important to understand it's ready to assume the responsibilities of membership. We followed it through its military and intelligence reforms, the work that it continues on rule of law, media freedoms, democratic institutions as it moves towards the European Union as well. It's been acting as an ally from Afghanistan to law enforcement cooperation to standing in solidarity with the West on sanctions. And strategically, the leadership has made clear that it sees no other future than being anchored in the West. In fact, it was on this stage that President Đukanović made those points and returned home to Montenegro to face threats and intimidation coming from Moscow in response to that. But second, it's an important signal to the Western Balkans. It's been 26 years since Dayton, 17 years since the Kosovo air campaign. The process of integration has stalled and slowed in the region. Montenegro provides, I think, what is needed momentum to underscore that the door remains open if countries manage to make the right reforms at home and manage their relations with their neighbors well. It's an important signal to Sarajevo, in addition to the impact it will have on Serbia, Kosovo's reconciliation. But third, it's also a signal to Russia, a Russia that in the run-up to this decision actually tried to disrupt, intimidate allies from making this decision. And I think the alliance has stood by clear that no third party can have a veto on this set of issues. But it is a decision that almost didn't happen, and that's basically why we are here today. Growing ambivalence within the alliance about the future of enlargement, growing opposition from Russia to the issue, combined with the real difficult issues of transition in all of those countries that are aspiring for membership. NATO, after all, today has to be more concerned about protecting its own than thinking about adding additional responsibilities and additional allies. But it's also significant because we've never before seen Moscow voice opposition to enlargement in the Balkans, and that has really taken place. In fact, we see efforts to mobilize opinion against the alliance in the Balkans today. And yet, in December 2015, NATO foreign ministers moved forward with the decision to begin accession talks. And just last month, we completed those talks with the foreign ministers signing the accession protocol. The issue is now before the parliaments and the U.S. Senate. Slovenia and Iceland took action today to ratify. The U.S. Senate is up next. But part of the second reason of why now is that this ratification process has raised serious questions about the alliance itself, and especially the narrative of, is the open door provocative? Has it helped actually produce the challenging situation that we have today in Europe? And we're going to take that up because we're 1 month before a very important NATO summit in Warsaw, where the alliance is focused on establishing a policy of deterrence vis-a-vis Russia in the East, combined with a dialogue with Moscow as well. But yet it's less clear what the alliance is able to do and is thinking about doing in terms of projecting stability to its south and to its east. So where are we in this? You know, I think it's important to ground our conversation, as Fred said. This is the end of a strategy that we saw that backed up a Europe whole and free. This is a strategy that began with the vision in 1989 of President Gorbachev's vision of a common European home, President George H.W. Bush's response of a Europe whole and free. It was a vision that was actually based on a clear strategy, a three-part strategy of forging a deeper strategic partnership with Russia. Second, then only beginning to welcome former adversaries as allies into the alliance. And third, providing the environment for a much more profound deepening of the European Union. And we've gone through 25 years of great success on that strategy. The earlier 90s characterized the first chapter, German unification within NATO, the European Economic Community becoming the EU, the launch of the Partnership for Peace. The second chapter in the late 90s, the creation of a NATO-Russia Founding Act, a NATO-Ukraine Charter, the EU-Russia Partner Agreement, and the first round of enlargement welcoming Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. The third chapter of this formula, post 9/11, a new NATO-Russia Council of qualitative difference involving Russia and NATO's work, the introduction of the euro as a common currency, followed by the Big Bang enlargements, NATO welcoming 7 nations, the European Union welcoming 10. It's the fourth chapter of this strategy where we hit problems. In the late 2000s, it worked still in the Balkans. We saw Romania and Bulgaria enter the European Union, then Croatia and Albania come into NATO. But in 2008, we failed to reach a strategic agreement with Russia on missile defense, and we failed to reach agreement within the alliance on Macedonia and a map for Georgia and Ukraine. And it's since then that we saw Russian invasion of Georgia, the conflict in Ukraine. It's since then that we've seen a strategy where NATO has shifted into the back seat, the European Union stepped forward with its Eastern Partnership. And yet we saw, even in the climactic negotiations at the end of 2013, the response with the Euromaidan, followed by Crimea, followed by Donbass. So that vision may still be there, but the strategy isn't working today. And as Fred said, this challenge comes at a key moment in what we think is Europe's own history, at a time when the European project could potentially itself be at risk. Historic challenge from the East, as we'll talk about, but also historic challenges from the South that are eroding a sense of solidarity that are so important to this formula. That's really combined with these internal challenges, these forces of fragmentation, anti-EU, establishment, populist, nationalist, nativist sense, democratic backsliding, the corrosive effects of corruption. And it's combined overall with the looming question about the United States' role and a great uncertainty about whether we will remain a European power, withdraw, be ambivalent, re-engage as we are right now. And I think that question is up in the air today. So that's the context for the conference today. Can NATO, and through NATO the United States, continue to play a historic role of unifying the continent. The baseline. The baseline, as we'll walk through, Montenegro, Senate needs to ratify, opposition still aiming to disrupt on the ground. It would be nothing worse to fail if we don't follow through with this. That's on track. Macedonia. The alliance took a decision to invite Macedonia pending resolution of the name issue. We're stuck. And arguably, it's worse off than it was in 2008, a great rift between the opposition and government, shaking the institutions and interethnic consensus. Bosnia-Herzegovina, stuck on a technicality, but it's more serious than that. Calcifying effects of that delay, the statehood being challenged. And the uncertainty of a Bucharest promise that Georgia and Ukraine will become members one day. We've heard from military commanders that basically Georgia's ready, and yet uncertainty looms over a political decision as the country is 20% occupied. And Ukraine, under President Yanukovych, removed itself from the position of being an aspirant. And while the new government's interested, it's clearly occupied with serious crises, and has frankly gotten the message from many in the West, don't talk about this now. These are troubled cases, but we also look over the horizon to opportunities. We watch a growing debate in Sweden and Finland about their future relationship with the alliance. We see in the Western Balkans questions about the ultimate reconciliation between Serbia and Kosovo and how they fit into this equation. We've heard from increasing numbers of Moldovan political leaders that they see a path for themselves as well in this discussion, despite its neutral status, despite Transnistria. And in looking south, we're on the cusp of a historic Cyprus settlement, which could open possibilities not only for NATO and the European Union, but for questions about security architecture in the Eastern Med as well. This debate is clouded over several challenges, several arguments that we'll take on and have a conversation about. First, that our alliances are more of a burden for us than they are a force multiplier. Second, that the West promised Moscow not to enlarge beyond a unified Germany, and we're violating that pledge. And third, that we pledged not to move our forces or infrastructures to NATO new members, and that's what we're doing. I won't go through all the details of that now, but I think it's very clear from the historic archives that have been opened up, the Soviet, Russian, and German, and American archives that are now all declassified, that the issue of not expanding the alliance never came up in the German unification talks. It was something that came up only later. And yet something that we've heard in the wake of the Russian invasion of Georgia, Minister Lavrov out there making the case, and Putin using this in his clear speech after the annexation of Crimea to really build the sense of broken promise into this post-Soviet identity and narrative. And on NATO's pledges, I'll just leave you with the words for the NATO pledge. In the current and foreseeable security environment, when we had a benign environment, that the alliance would carry out its duties through other measures rather than by additional permanent stationing of substantial combat forces. What's unfolding right now at Warsaw is well below this threshold, but that's not the narrative we'll hear publicly challenging it. So, to frame our conversation, there's some challenges about the way forward, some questions. The strategy that I talked about worked in what was a peaceful, benign environment, a Europe at peace, Russia in some kind of strategic partnership, and a sense of general prosperity on the continent. Today's environment is very different. We have a war in Europe. 25 Ukrainian soldiers were killed last week alone in what is so-called ceasefire. Russia's positioning itself as an adversary. We have economic stagnation that is sapping the confidence of the European project, and these forces of fragmentation in which the British referendum on the 23rd is only the most immediate and visible. So are the tools of the past, are they still appropriate for the future? Well, NATO's study on enlargement laid out the principle that territorial disputes, ethnic conflicts, occupied territories would be addressed before countries could join. That made great sense as we were trying to promote peace and stability in the 90s. But what has happened is that we have now incentivized frozen conflicts, if not Russian invasion and occupation of Georgian, Ukrainian, Moldovan lands, including the annexation of Crimea. From our own words, they know that these conflicts in which Moscow has the dominant say are the means to ensure that post-Soviet states won't meet our standards that we articulated. So we need to think about that. The second one is a MAP process, a membership action plan that was meant to be gradual, deliberate, and transparent to help prepare countries for membership in a benign environment. Does it make sense to linger countries in a sense of ambiguity and uncertainty and in limbo in today's environment? Or do we need to be clear yes, clear no about their future with the alliance? And third, it's also about the pace of ratification. We're taking up to 2 years in a process that in the past has taken 6 months in a time of historic urgency. And if the Senate doesn't act in this administration, who knows what could happen in the future. The final one is the paralleling of our strategy, which was deepening a partnership with Russia. So how do we actually think about the future of the open door, which was so linked to deepening this partnership with Russia, and do that without sacrificing some of these key principles and values that are fundamental to our alliance? That's something we have to think about. Maybe it's not a deepening of partnership, but what is the formula for strategic stability in what I would call a post-arms control Europe, where the principles of the CFE Treaty, the INF Treaty, the Vienna Document inspections, and the principles in the NATO-Russia Founding Act are either abrogated, suspended, or being violated today? So I'm going to conclude with the task that we have ahead of us. How do we see this decision on Montenegro move forward in completing the integration of the Western Balkans? How do we strengthen deterrence in the open door policy as a credible policy without establishing a gray zone in Europe's east, which will be a recipe for tension and instability for a decade to come? And what is the nature of our relationship with Russia going forward? We have an incredible agenda today. We're going to begin talking about some of the success stories and the challenges with ministers and representatives from Ukraine, from Montenegro, from Georgia. We're going to continue then with a conversation on has NATO provoked the bear? And think about the impact of enlargement in the past with various differing voices on that topic. We'll break for a short lunch and come back and talk about is NATO's door truly still open both in the Western Balkans and Europe's East. And then we'll conclude with a conversation with the most recent Supreme Allied Commander of Europe on securing NATO's new frontiers, an issue that he told us he had the most difficult with while he served as SACEUR. Now having stepped down, we look forward to having his unvarnished views to close out our program today. So with that, I wanted to set the scene, frame the topic for our conversation. Thank you all for being with us and all of those that are following online to contribute to the conversations through the hashtag #FutureNato. And with that, I'm going to invite Sally Painter to the stage and our ministers and panelists for the first discussion. Please, over to you, Sally.
Well, thank you very much, Damon. I think you gave us a robust history and analysis of where we are. I think we're very honored here to have 3 representatives from countries that have had very different experiences as it relates to the alliance. As we approach the Warsaw Summit, I think it's ever more important to understand and assess where we are today. And with each of these countries, I think there's some lessons learned, and we look forward to hearing their approaches. The alliance is clearly at an inflection point. We can choose to be bold and expand and support our collective security, or I think we can give into fear and bullying, both in our country and in Europe. So there are increasing voices as to the relevance of NATO and the alliance. We have Mr. Trump calling NATO obsolete and that our allies aren't paying up. We even have our own ambassador, Ambassador Lutz, suggesting that further expansion is not necessarily possible. So I believe that at this point in time, it is ever more necessary to reassert our significance, NATO's significance, and the stabilizing role that it plays. I think we need to send a signal. As Damon mentioned, Montenegro is expected to join, and we have the minister here who I know we want to understand better. How did you have that success? What were the elements that allowed for the positive signal? And make sure that there was no third-party veto. As it relates to Georgia, we understand that the faltering in Bucharest had grave consequences, an invasion 3 months later. And I would love to hear the minister's view on what we could be doing in the U.S. and as our allies to help you. What would you consider to be a success at Warsaw, and how can we help you get there? And then as it relates to Ukraine, again in Bucharest, the Ukrainian people were strongly in support of MAP and joining NATO, and NATO faltered. How can we help the Ukrainian people understand the importance of NATO MAP process? And also, how can we support your government as we go through this process? Let me first introduce Minister Pejovic from Montenegro. Thank you. has had a very distinguished career as ambassador to many countries. She's the first female defense minister of her country, is an IT specialist, and a great leader. And Madam Minister, we look forward to your comments.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you to Atlantic Council to giving us another opportunity at another crucial time for the enlargement. So with the ministerial that was on 2nd of December last year, we did pass a critical point, I would say, by receiving the invitation to join NATO. We couldn't do that, of course, without the great support and the help of a number of our friends and partners, countries, individuals. At that time, today, we were also in the phase where there wasn't that much loud voices advocated enlargement. There is so many fears around. Some of the topics we are hearing for this today's conference are related to that. So we somehow, I would say, not we, who are hoping to become members of these great families, either NATO, either EU in Europe, but more the countries which are already in, which are the members, are having some kind of a very strange narrative, talking all the time about issues which are based on very much, from my point of view, false hypotheses. So we are talking about fears, we are talking about we would be provoking someone or not, instead of talking what would be the benefits for our own countries and for the partnering countries. And there is no doubt that all the evidences are shown that the enlargement policy is one of the most successful NATO policies. So if you are not very much eager to go forward with that, then you should ask yourself what are the real reasons, not the irrational ones. This is a serious business, this is a serious organization, so we should be talking about the real things. And when we dare to talk about the real things, we've got to see that, for example, for Montenegro, it was about the criteria, it was about the standards. Of course, NATO is, as I said, very serious organization, not only political, military one in the first place, having its own standard criteria. And once you are there, you fulfilled all the conditions, you've come to the point where the standards are implemented, then what? It's a political decision. So for the political decision, we fought all together, trying to explain that in the way having the enlargement policy done at this point regarding Montenegro will be a contribution towards this big vision of Europe having it whole, at peace and free. So we want to contribute to that. We already are contributing. So if we are contributing on the real field, say, why shouldn't it be done in a way that institutionally somehow is recognized? So at this point, of course, we are there, and we did have recognized not only the achievements done in different reforms, processes, implementations, etc., but also these views on sharing the same values, these views on meeting the opinions when it comes to the strategical political issues. So we are coming from the region of Western Balkans, Southeastern Europe, you called it again, whatever. Still, this is the region where we've got to put forward much more efforts in order to consolidate what we achieved in the last years. And stability is something which comes as a basic precondition. And we want to help in consolidating the stability in our region. And we do believe that we can do that better together, but being on our own and having some kind of uncoordinated actions. So I'm quite sure that by the progress Montenegro is doing, we will be offering a great incentive to the other countries which are in our neighborhood. From that point, I do believe that finally the big countries within NATO are understanding these points.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Just two quick questions. What would be your guidance to Macedonia, who's fulfilled 10 membership action plans and has been waiting since 2008? As you said, now it's a political decision. From your lessons learned, what could you advise the Macedonians?
Well, of course, each country is having its own issues, but still, that is one of the countries which is clearly demonstrating why we are so loud sorry, when we are talking about the integration processes as a tool which will be enabling further development in all different sectors for the countries in the region. So once you are having a situation when, for different reasons, and I would say political ones at the first place, because I'm quite sure that at the time when Macedonia didn't get the invitation, all these criteria and standards were fully fulfilled, and it was only the political issues. So once you are there, you've got to further on be with your partners and friends to explain why it is important from the political point of view as well. Here we are to help explaining to our partners and members of the NATO alliance why it would be also important to broaden the alliance in our region, and it's just about filling the gaps. If you geographically see what is the NATO alliance in our region now, there are a number of gaps, unlogical ones. So we've got to have it filled somehow.
Thank you, Madam Minister. We'll look for your strong support of Macedonia once you're in.
Definitely.
I'd like to next introduce the Foreign Minister from Georgia. The Minister has had a very distinguished career both in foreign policy and in economic development, and as their U.S. Trade Representative. Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much, and I thank the Atlantic Council for organizing this very important event. It is an honor for me to have this chance to talk with this distinguished audience and to talk on the issue which is of a critical importance to my country, to the region, and to all NATO allies, I think. The principle of Europe full, free, and at peace has been at the core of NATO since its founding in 1949. This made the open door policy the central pillar of NATO's future, and we are happy that NATO's enlargement continues today. And we want to congratulate, and I want to congratulate Montenegro on this achievement. It is a very important signal to everyone that NATO open door policy is there, and there is a chance of being and becoming a real full-fledged member of the alliance. I'm representing a country which is an ally to the alliance, but not the full-fledged member of the alliance yet. We are fully participating and are part of all the security which is critical to our region, and not only to our region but beyond. This NATO open door policy has proven to be a real success both for the new allies and the alliance as a whole, and it's easy to understand. Enlargement has increased regional security and economic growth, while boosting shared values of freedom, democracy, and respect for human rights. Large parts of Central and Eastern Europe have seen unprecedented development, cross-border trade and investment, from which the Russian Federation even has benefited. Today, the prospect of joining the alliance continues to act as a strong incentive for all of us aspirant countries, and on this path we demonstrate our commitment to democratization, implementation of necessary reforms in defense and security, social and economic and other spheres. Georgia aspires to join NATO because we believe that NATO is an organization supporting the values we believe in. NATO is about security of free world, and Georgia wants to be part of the free world since regaining independence in 1991, and even before. We were fighting for the values of the free world, even being hidden behind the Iron Curtain. It is our aspiration to bring value to the free world, and it is an obligation of NATO and also a major interest of NATO to protect the free world. We continue on the path towards membership. Our relations with the alliance are strong and dynamic. Georgia is making successful use of such integration mechanisms as annual national program and the NATO-Georgia Commission, as well as the implementation of substantial NATO-Georgia package. But we are facing the major obstacle, which is a decision on the moving process of membership forward. We believe that, and it was important that Bucharest has taken a political decision that Georgia will become member of the alliance. And there is a political decision that we will become the member, but we need a political decision on tactics. There are questions whether NATO is stronger after the enlargement or whether with another enlargement process it will become stronger or weaker. So I think the answer is clear, that NATO has only benefited from the enlargement and has become only stronger after each enlargement process. So will be with Georgia, but we need to make a decision on the tactics, how to achieve this. And it is critical that in tactics we are decisive and we make bold steps. We know the results of the tactics of Bucharest, and we need to avoid those mistakes in the future. We need to take clear decisions and make clear signals that NATO and NATO's enlargement is about protecting free world, is about protecting nations aspiring to be part of the free world, and people and citizens of those countries who fight for the interests of the free world deserve to be the part of the organization which is the major power protecting the free world. We are sacrificing ourselves not because of just being member of the organization, because we believe that we are part of this system and we are part of those values, system of values, and we will continue doing that, but we need also relevant steps, strong steps made from the organization, which is about the protection of the free world. So I think that out of Warsaw we are expecting very clear signal of the integration process of Georgia and membership integration process, and also clear signals about the practical ways how to strengthen further Georgia and strengthen our cooperation and partnership with the alliance. So we wait for the very clear decisions, and those decisions will make alliance stronger and definitely not weaker.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Clearly, Georgia has been a terrific ally to the alliance already, and the membership action plan was designed to help members get in. And it's been a process that has been politicized. Is there something that you would like to tell to the allies before Warsaw that would be a clear signal with specifics other than the map that would be perceived as a real step forward and would be embraced by your population? And if you don't get something like that, do you think that things could go south, or the people could begin to lose faith in the process and the open door policy?
It's a very relevant question, because we see that tactics from the country opposing the Georgia's NATO membership, which is the Russian Federation, has been different. In 2008 it was a military aggression. Now we see active anti-Western propaganda, which is about the changing and attempts to change the mindset, the approach of the Georgian population. But still we see that Georgian people are very much committed and they believe in what they have been firm since regaining independence. It is the interest of Georgian people, again I will reiterate, to be part of the free world. It's not in the interest of being in NATO, or somewhere else in any organization. It's about interest to be part of the free world. So, and we believe in this today. There is up to 80% support in Georgian population towards Euro-Atlantic integration path, even though we have very strong hybrid warfare represented in Georgia and oriented on weakening this attitude of Georgian people. Definitely, with or without decision in Warsaw, the history of Georgia's relations with NATO or the free world will not end. It's not the end of the world. But definitely it will affect greatly the thinking of people. Definitely we will not move and we will not change our position and will not move towards other foreign policy vectors, but definitely it will weaken positions of pro-Western and pro-European political forces. So it's time to make very clear decisions and clear signals. It's up to the alliance to decide what will be this clear signal. Everyone knows that Georgia is ready to be the member. But it depends on the circumstances we all discussed here today. And Georgia will always be ready to enter the door which will be opened for Georgia in need.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I'd like to now introduce Dr. Hanna Hopko from Ukraine, a Ukrainian parliamentarian who's been a leader in her country on issues of transparency, on health, on the environment, and was noted as a leading global thinker by Foreign Policy magazine in 2014 for her work on the Maidan and anti-corruption. Dr. Hopko, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Atlantic Council, for inviting me and to be here today. Because I came from Kyiv, and just a week ago, my best friend Tatiana from Donetsk city, she's an IDP. And she, for last 2 years, when Russian aggression, military occupation of Donbass, the eastern part of Ukraine, started, she had to leave Donetsk. And a week ago, she lost her husband, because her husband used to be a soldier of Ukrainian army who protected our territorial integrity and sovereignty in the east of Ukraine. And it was very painful to be among the 500 people at the funerals of these 33-year-old soldiers. He was killed by Russian soldiers protecting Ukraine and protecting Europe from Russian aggression. So every day, Ukraine is losing the best people of our country. And if you ask me about Minsk and about ceasefire, it's a fiction. There is no ceasefire. And Ukraine has lost over 10,000 people within the 2 years of Russian aggression, the hybrid war in the east of Ukraine. Also 23,000 of people were wounded, 1.5 million of IDPs. There's a big humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. And today, of course, when we discuss how we, as a Western society, how Europe, how NATO protects, support Ukraine, sanctions. Sanctions, this is the instrument, but this is not the strategy. And I ask you to think carefully about the real strategy, how to protect Ukrainian society from Russian aggression. Because I have 5-year-old daughter, Sofia, and when Nadia Savchenko, Ukrainian pilot, a member of Ukrainian parliament, was released, it was the exchange of Nadia and 2 Russian army people. So my daughter asked me, Mom, it didn't mean that the war stopped and we will have peace? It was hard to explain my daughter that, unfortunately, it doesn't mean that the war stopped. Because, and when she asked Mom, and why Putin is so strong, but I believe that we will win. I think that before NATO summit in Warsaw, this is very important to support Montenegro, and Ukrainians welcome this decision, this open door policy of NATO. But I think the progress that Georgia already made, they deserve also the NATO membership. And regarding Ukraine, I don't want to return back to 2008, because at that time, Ukrainian society supported NATO membership, just 16% of the population. And also Ukrainian political elites were not united in this decision, to be honest. And also NATO were not in support of Ukraine's membership and MAP policy. And they were afraid of Russian aggression. But I think the time changed. And the situation in Georgia and in Ukraine, and 2 weeks ago I visited Moldova. They have also a situation of Transnistria and this frozen conflict. Nobody is protected from escalation in Moldova and Transnistria also. We have to keep in mind the Nagorno-Karabakh, how anytime the frozen conflict could be refrozen by different partners. So my request to you to be more pragmatic in supporting new members, new potential candidates to become members of NATO community, this free world, that we belong to this, because during the dignity revolution, when we were against the old system, against our former president Yanukovych, Ukrainian society didn't want to be a part of custom union, of Eurasian empire that Putin wants to build. And here in Washington, now we are advocating for to keep Ukraine among the priority, taking into account the presidential campaign, and also asking the Senate and other people to support financial assistance to Ukraine in the budget 2017 to help us to reform our defense and security sector. And it's really very important. But also, let me inform you that last week Ukraine adopted the Strategic Defense Bulletin. This is a roadmap of the defense reform. Is based on NATO principles, and now we are preparing for NATO summit, and thanks our Polish colleagues for inviting us, and we would like to present our achievements. But still, I think that NATO community has to be more proactive, more based on lessons learned, how to prevent from potential conflicts that could be, because Putin is very unpredictable and he will not stop unless he is stopped. And I think that this is really very important also to pay attention to the Black Sea region. I visited this year Bulgaria, Moldova, Turkey, and I think that after illegal, criminal annexation of Crimea, now Crimea could be a potential the territory of potential threat for all Black Sea region countries. You never know how Putin could use Crimea Peninsula with nuclear power and other weapons. So this is another reason to work close, and Ukraine also asked to support bilateral partnership, Ukraine, Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania, Estonia, Ukraine, Romania, and to have different activities like brigades and to support the technical assistance of Ukrainian army to support this development. This will also we will benefit from this in the future, and also we will be more prepared in the case of escalations, and we will be ready for rapid response in this situation. And also what I would like to see more proactive position. And it's a pity that President Obama within his 2 terms, hasn't visited Ukraine. I think that Ukrainian people deserve to see a president of United States in Ukraine, because this is the signal that United States respects the nation that suffer a lot from Russian military economic aggression and that fight for our future, for dignity, liberty, freedom, for all these values that well respected. This is the fundamental values. And I do believe that Mr. Kerry will visit Kyiv, and also a Minister of Defense of United States within the Ukraine NATO Commission also will visit Kyiv, and the top high-ranking meeting our President Poroshenko and Mr. Obama will happen during the NATO summit. Thank you.
And thank you for reminding us of the human suffering, and that Crimea and eastern Ukraine are still suffering, and that we need to go even beyond Minsk. So thank you very much for that. And also for reminding us how important it is to be a part of NATO. Thank you. I'd like to open it up for questions. Do we have a mic? Is there a mic around? Please.
Thank you. TASS News Agency, Russia, Anatoly Bachinin. Minister mentioned about how he said Russian propaganda, which is aimed to public opinion. Recent polls in Montenegro shows that the majority or the high number of people don't want the country to be a member of the NATO. Do you take into account this opinion by your people? Thank you.
Where did you find that facts? So unfortunately,
Different
I've got
reports
to
in
tell
foreign
you
media.
that they are completely wrong. We are actually doing the very regular polls of public opinion, since we want to know what is the position of all our citizens. You know, Montenegro is a democratic country. Montenegro is a country which is having democratic institutions which are highly taking into account what is the best for its people in the close cooperation with each of our citizens. So from that point on, we've been doing the surveys quite regularly. And the latest one showed that there is a great difference between those who are for the Montenegrin's NATO memberships and those who are against. So this difference is more than 10%. And it's my great satisfaction to say that the majority of the people in Montenegro support the NATO membership. So I've got to tell you, Montenegro is an open country. You can always visit and prove yourself that it is like I said.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yana Shatinska. I work for Institute for Analysis of Global Security. Thank you for sharing your perspective. I have a question for, I'm sorry, I probably can't pronounce your name, Minister of Defense of Montenegro. So in case of Montenegro, from your professional perspective, what is more challenging? Dealing with domestic institutional issues, or getting support from neighbor states, or getting support from the partners? So what's your point of view on that? Thank you.
Well, I've got to say that if you are calling that challenges, I'm not quite sure that I'm sharing your views. First of all, there is no challenges when it comes to our neighboring countries. All our countries in the neighborhood of Montenegro supporting our integration processes strongly, publicly. So each of them, starting from those which are already NATO, like Croatia and Albania, to those who are on the way to become a NATO members, like Bosnia and Herzegovina, Macedonia, Kosovo definitely. Serbia is someone who is also supporting it quite strongly. On the other side, when we come across the Adriatic Sea, it's Italy. So from that point, it is something which really proves what we are talking all the time, that Montenegro is considered as a country which is a kind of a good example for all the other countries in the region, a country which even in the much difficult and hard times was in a position to be a bridge for consolidating mutual relations in the region. So from that point, actually, all the elements are very positive. With our partners in NATO as well, we are having very close cooperation, and we wouldn't be here without their support and assistance. And on the other side, when it comes to our institutions, we do have the great support from a number of political parties which are playing part in the institutions, starting from the parliament. And I've got to tell you that the last time we had a kind of checking point on this issue was in September last year, when the parliament of Montenegro, with almost 2/3 majority, adopted a resolution on the Montenegro membership to NATO. So, of course, as in every democratic country, there is opposition to what is the strategic priority of Montenegro, but that is something which is in a free country only normal, and we all tend to go further with strengthening the pro-NATO bloc of political parties and pro-NATO atmosphere in our country, and I'm glad that it's something which is progressing very well, and that first of all, citizens of Montenegro are each day understanding better and better why it is important for each of us.
Thank you. We have time for one more. Yes.
Excuse me.
I'm Harlan Ullman with the Atlantic Council. Thank you. My question is from the representative from Montenegro. A number of senators have asked me how they should explain to their constituents who were asked, would we go to war over Montenegro in Article 5? They would say no. So what should a senator explain to his or her constituents who really are not interested in embarking on Article 5 and going to war over Montenegro?
Well, hopefully we will not have that chance to talk about going into the war because of Montenegro, never. I believe in that. I believe that, and you know, Montenegro already proved, even at the beginning of 90s, then in 1999, when it was very tough, that we knew how to deal with the issues without going to the war. So from the other point, of course, Article 5 is something which is very important in NATO, but I would never limit NATO just to Article 5. There is a number of issues which are important there, and talking about NATO as an alliance which should provide the collective defense tools to transatlantic countries, we do believe that making this number of countries in Europe which are part of those alliances, which facilitate our final vision about the Europe being whole, free, and at peace. You do know that it was better before than it is now, so we've got all to put additional efforts. So I do believe in this partnership within the United States and Europe, and if we are going to build that partnership further on, then it's Montenegro you should be thinking least of.
Thank you. I'd like to thank our distinguished guests. I think we've learned a couple things. NATO is ever more vital and important and relevant. We want to congratulate Montenegro with your invitation, and we hope that once you're in, you'll be helpful in bringing the other aspirants along in a strong voice, stronger than some of your former colleagues. And for Georgia, we hope for big things at Warsaw, where we get a strong sense of what the alliance is going to offer, whatever multiple punch it is. And for Ukraine, thank you for your being here, and we hope to see a stronger, more robust policy as it relates to that bilateral. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We're going to transition directly into the second conversation. So let me invite Laura Mandeville to the stage, Chief Correspondent for Le Figaro, now participating in the Atlantic Council's Europe program.
Good work.
And all the other participants.
I hope you can hear me. We're going to start the panel because we're late already. I'm delighted to be here and to be moderating this panel on a very challenging and interesting topic, the impact of enlargement, have we poked the bear? When formulating the question that way, it's in a way a way to ask, are we guilty? Are we the West guilty again? I mean, the question of guilt is a fascinating topic in international affairs, and actually the Russians like the question of guilt, and throughout their history have been asking themselves, who is guilty and what should we do? I mean, Lenin asked the question, Gertsen asked the question in the 19th century, and the Russians have been recurrently asking it again and actually accusing the West of being guilty of the current situation, for having pushing eastward and pushing NATO to the borders of what they think is their zone of interest, of vital interest. So that's the question we're gonna talk about now, and we are actually raising this question on a particularly tense moment, as Damon has mentioned before, of growing confrontation with Russia in the eastern part of Europe after an annexation of Crimea, you know, a war going on the eastern part of Ukraine. So very, very tricky and dangerous situation. To talk about this quite extraordinary situation, difficult issues, we have three extraordinary guests. We have the Minister of Defense of Georgia, Tinatin Kidashvili, thank you for being here, who has been a very forceful defender of democratic processes in Georgia, and you participate in the Revolution of the Rose. And interestingly, you became a member of the party of the Republican Party of Georgia, and actually distanced yourself from the Saakashvili team over the years. But nonetheless, you have exactly the same position on the question of enlargement, and it seems that Georgia is absolutely desperate, as we've seen, to get out of the cul-de-sac, as we say in French, you know, this sort of dead end, geopolitical dead end, where it is now at the moment after, you know, seeing tanks rolling over in 2008 into your beautiful country, and I was actually there as a journalist when it occurred. We also have Professor Mai Scheimer, who is a very renowned political scientist and has challenged in a very forceful way what Mr. Obama calls the Washington interventionist playbook in foreign policy. You are a representative of the realist school, and you have formulated the concept of offensive realism that you're going to explain right now, to tell us, as you did in 2014 in Foreign Affairs, that actually the West is guilty for what has happened in Ukraine and is guilty for the annexation of Crimea. So very interesting theory that we're going to discuss. And our third guest is Stefan Begun. Welcome too. And your point of view is also extremely, I think, valuable today, because you are a practitioner of foreign policy, not an observer. You have followed actually the whole story of enlargement policies in Congress as a national security advisor on different teams, and then in the White House from 2001 to 2003, and again in the Senate. So you're going to be a very valuable voice in this debate. So I would like to start maybe from. I know that Minister of Defense Kidashvili is going to have to leave at 1:15 because she has an important meeting in town. So we're going to try to hurry. But I'm nevertheless going to start from Professor Mai Scheimer, because you are the one who is thinking that we have poked the bear very much and too much, and we are responsible for what is happening now in this confrontation with Russia. Could you explain to us why we are guilty?
Let me just start off by saying what I think the conventional wisdom is and why I think that's wrong, and then briefly explain why I think we are principally responsible for causing the crisis over Ukraine. The conventional wisdom, of course, is that Putin, and more generally Russia, caused this crisis. I would note that there is virtually no evidence before February 22nd, 2014, when the crisis started, that the Russians were thinking about taking Crimea or aggressing to their west. Second, there's no evidence that they were moving military forces westward over time to accomplish that task. And third, and most importantly, there's no evidence that we in the West thought that Russia was going to take Crimea, precipitate a crisis over Ukraine. We were caught completely by surprise. And the reason that we were caught completely by surprise was the Russians had no intention of taking Crimea or causing trouble in Ukraine before February 22nd, 2014. Now, what exactly is going on here? In my opinion, the Russians have long been deeply concerned about NATO expansion. And we were able to get away with the 1999 expansion, and we were able to get away with the 2004 expansion, in large part because Russia was very weak at the time, and it was far enough away from Russia, with the exception of the Baltic states, which are all small, that the Russians swallowed hard, but ultimately accepted. But the April 2008 decision, where we said at the end of the Bucharest summit that NATO would eventually include both Georgia and Ukraine, was, in my opinion, a step too far. The Russians made that perfectly clear at the time. And in my opinion, it's no accident that you had the war involving Georgia and Russia in August 2008, after the April 2008 Bucharest summit. And with regard to Ukraine, the Russians have made it perfectly clear that the idea that Ukraine is going to become a Western bulwark on their doorstep is simply unthinkable. And they will wreck Ukraine before they let that happen. And of course, this is what's happening now. You might not like it, you might not like the way the Russians think, but that is the way they think. And how the Russians think is what matters here. And by the way, how the Russians think is no different than how the United States thinks. We have something called the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine basically says we own the Western Hemisphere, and no distant great power is allowed to move military forces into the Western Hemisphere or form a military alliance with any countries in this hemisphere that's directed at us. Some of you in the audience are old enough to remember the Cuban Missile Crisis. We went ballistic when the Soviets put missiles in Cuba. Who did they think they were to move into our neighborhood? And then the Soviets thought about building a naval base at Cienfuegos in Cuba. We told them that was a non-starter. If 20 years from now the Chinese formed a military alliance with Canada and Mexico, do you think we would just say, that's fine? Canada and Mexico have a right to invite whoever they want into the Western Hemisphere? I can guarantee you that would not be our response. The Monroe Doctrine is alive and well.
So the comparison, though, is very strange. I know that the Russians are using it all the time, but you're not invading Canada, I think, the U.S. That's quite a difference. You know, there's no threat to the security of your neighbors, and that's what is happening in Europe with the Russians, isn't it?
No, the point is that the Russians view Ukraine and Georgia as vital strategic interests. And the idea that a military alliance that was their mortal foe for 45 years can continue to march forward and forward right up to their doorsteps is a no-no in their mind. And they're going to do everything they can to prevent it from happening. And what I'm saying to you is if it was the United States that was in their position, the United States would do exactly the same thing. It's what the Monroe Doctrine is all about. This is the way great powers behave. I'm actually quite surprised that people don't understand this. This is geopolitics 101. If you continue to expand NATO eastward, you're going to enrage the Russians. And these guys are tough customers. There's no question about it. They know how to play hardball. And furthermore, people should remember, they have thousands of nuclear weapons. And it's very dangerous, in my humble opinion, to take a stick and poke a country in the eye that has thousands of nuclear weapons. You do not want to make them scared. You do not want to make them fearful. And I think that further NATO expansion will do that. And it will not redound to the benefit of the people of Georgia or the people of Ukraine. I think that these policies are basically leading the Ukrainians and the Georgians down the primrose path. Because on one hand, we're provoking the Russians, causing all sorts of problems, giving them incentives to do damage in Georgia and in Ukraine. And the idea that the West is going to come to their rescue, you believe much too much in the United States.
I think, you're raising extremely important questions, and we will come back to the question of Georgia and Ukraine in a minute. But I would like to first, address the question of, was it a mistake, actually a foolish mistake, that to enlarge NATO in Eastern Europe and to the Baltic countries? This is a very important point because, as we know, given the current situation and what is happening, I covered the independence of the Baltic countries, and if the Baltic countries were not in NATO at the moment, they would be in real big trouble. So maybe it was a huge success that we actually have created a deterrent for these countries. So I would like to have Stefan Biegun and also you, please, not on the question of Georgia, address this issue of was it a good thing that we enlarged while it was possible to enlarge, when Russia was allowing it?
Thank you, Lori, and it's a pleasure to be here with the other panelists. It's been over a decade since I was involved in the day-to-day and the public policy debate, so I literally had to go down in my basement this week and open boxes of old files to refresh myself on the debate that we had in the 1990s. Certainly the broad contours of it are still relevant to this day, but we were having a debate in the mid-1990s that's very similar to the one that we're having today. And I believe today's discussion is specifically in the context of Montenegro joining the alliance as the latest entry in an open door strategy, but also I think Lori foreshadows some of the debate that we may want to have here about Ukraine and Georgia as well. But let me start with going back to the first principles of NATO enlargement, which we undertook, we the United States undertook in the 1990s. And it was a policy that certainly wasn't without its critics here in the United States as well as abroad and as well as in Russia. But in this case, we also have a track record of history upon which to judge some of the expectations of why NATO enlargement was viewed at that time as a constructive step for U.S. national security interests and also for the stability of Europe. I think first we have to remember, in a historical context, that two world wars in the preceding century didn't start in Russia. They started in the center of Europe. They started in disputes among European empires and among European peoples that ultimately drew the United States into major conflagrations on the European continent. Also, Russia, of course, was very much a participant in those wars. But they didn't start in Russia. They actually started in Central and Eastern Europe. When we looked at the question of how to modernize and continue to keep effective the NATO alliance, which undoubtedly during the context of the Cold War was a tremendous success in defending the security and peace of the people of Europe, a decision was made, in fact, to continue to push the alliance based upon its already existing charter to open further to new members who are qualified and able to contribute to the peace and stability of Europe. Russia was a consideration in this, and it still is a consideration in this, but Russia wasn't the central consideration in this, and I think that's simply a historical misrepresentation to suggest otherwise. First and foremost, the ideal was based upon constructing a Europe that was whole and free by engaging with countries who were interested in pursuing democratic government, market-based economies that were going to be interested in integrating with their neighbors and globally, economically and diplomatically, and through trade and investment, and also to bring security and peace to Central and Eastern Europe. It was to reward democratic reforms in those moves towards international engagement with deeper integration into the institutions of both NATO and the European Union. It was intended to lock Central and Eastern European states into a structure that regularizes cooperative engagement with neighbors. And do not underestimate the tensions that simmered in the center of Europe in the 1990s after the collapse of communism. The border areas of Slovakia, Hungary and Romania, the former Yugoslavia, which completely destructed. These issues were not inconsequential to the future stability and security of Europe, and are exactly the kind of situations that, left unaddressed, explode into larger conflicts, just like we've seen in Ukraine today, because Ukraine itself was left unsecured and unstable by both its neighbors as well as by its own leaders. It invites the kind of interaction that leads to world wars if countries are left on the outside. We also extended security in a manner that gave confidence to those who would be partners of Central and Eastern European countries. We gave confidence to investors who were going to be a key driver of the development of these economies that we've seen with such enormous success across Central and Eastern Europe over the course of the last 15 years. And it also gave confidence to the governments of those countries so that they didn't have to build intimidating militaries to defend their borders and defend their rights and defend irredentist ethnic sentiments that existed in many of these countries at the end of the communist era in 1989 and 1990. And finally, it expanded the most effective military alliance in the history of the world. It gave additional resources. It balanced the burden, imperfectly, yes, but still balanced. It led to a group of countries willing to collaborate together on peace and security and on the challenges that face the security of the entire European continent. There were reasons that we enlarged NATO, and those reasons have been demonstrably successful in the last 15 years.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for having me here and for the warm welcome. To respond to your question, I would start with a question, actually, because I think that this discussion, and lots of discussions actually on this issue, are too much Russia concentrated, or too much Russia centered, or too much coming out of what is it Russia wants, what is it Russia is afraid of, what is it we should be afraid of because Russia gets provoked, and so on and so forth. And I think this is where it gets fundamentally wrong. Because as long as we are going to live in a world dominated by what is it Russia wants or what are the Russia's interests, we are going to be in trouble. And if we base our policies, and that's the question actually, since when do we base our policies? Since when the United States tailors its national security strategy as to what it is that pleases Russia? Why did you support it, or why did you do whatever you did at that time, 25 years ago, for breaking up of the Soviet Union? Was it necessarily something that Russia was happy about? Was it something that was not provoking Russia? Or do we believe that exactly like we say now, well, some of us, fortunately not many of us, that 2008 Bucharest summit decision was a mistake, or it went too far, or it provoked Russia unnecessarily? I believe that the same school believes that it was wrong to break up the Soviet Union because it was so much easier to deal with one big, whatever, ambiguous, but still one problem, one trouble, rather than in 15 troubles separately. And this is really dangerous thinking, because this goes against everything we believe in, we talk about. We say that it's real politics. I don't believe that murdering the people is a real politics. And these things should be constructed in a way as to, it's okay if there are, Anna Honko was talking here about the stories from Ukraine. I can tell you obviously exactly the same stories from Georgia. And I don't believe that it's real politics to say that it was wrong to give a right to choose to those countries. I don't believe that it's real politics when we say that, well, we are saying in Georgia and they are saying in Ukraine that we are dying with European Union and NATO flags in our hands for years now. Because we believe in it and because that's the choice we've made, and we are not let anybody, including the United States, not just in Russia, but anybody, to alter that decision and to make us to change that decision. There was lots of talk about the polls, and my Montenegrin colleague was asked about it. what difference does it make? We can jungle with the numbers as much as we want, but does it make any difference? There have been polls for 20 years in Georgia about NATO membership, about Euro-Atlantic integration. There was no single case for these 20 years when less than 80% of the people said yes to NATO membership and yes to European integration. Does it make any difference? Did it make any difference for Georgia? Does anybody care just because Georgian people have made that choice? We need to speed up the process and we need to be responding to the needs of the people if we criticize Montenegro today? I don't think so. I don't think it matters. It matters as long as it supports our argument. But once it's on the other side of the story, then we don't care about the polls. And it goes the same way on most of the issues that we might touch upon here today in this discussion. But forget about the NATO. Let's go even broader, because it is not only about the NATO what upsets Russia. It's not only NATO's enlargement or NATO's attempts to build in Georgia joint training centers or facilities or to support Ukraine. It goes the scene is much wider and the problems are much bigger. Energy security, that is so much talked in Europe today. Diversity in energy security. I think this is something that upsets Russia even more than some 3.5 million people in the Caucasus joining NATO. Yes. And actually, most of the reasons for troubles in Georgia are not because of the decisions made up in Bucharest or any other summit of NATO for that matter, but this is exactly because of location of Georgia on that energy diversity route that is making Russia out of the picture in some cases. And that is making Europe able to not depend on Russia entirely and 100% when it comes to its vital interests of energy security. Because of that, shall we say yes to Russia? Because Russia will be happy and pleased and will be making probably less troubles if you just go back to business as usual and tie up all your energy security issues with Russia. If you cut the deal with Russians and forget about the rest of the world, which is out there giving the possibility to Europe not to depend too much on anybody's goodwill out there in Kremlin. I think, and I'll finish here on this, I think that the major problem or major mistake, a philosophical mistake actually, we are making here is that we base our policies on fear. And I hate to see the world that constructs its policy as to the level of how much it is afraid of Russia using 17th century technology or 19th century tools of invading the countries. And this is, as long as it will be guiding us, as long as fear of Russia getting us into war will guide us, nothing good is going to happen to this world. The world was most successful only at times when there were bold decisions made, when there was courage shown, when there were leaders out there ready to make those decisions. I remember the most significant day for the Georgia's independence story of these 25 years, when President Clinton and President of my country have raised champagne glasses in Istanbul celebrating the first pipeline project through Georgia. That's what made the difference in that part of the world. This is where Georgia really, truly became independent and free state. And that was the starter. But I believe that that leadership will be back and we will have more to celebrate in Istanbul or in any other city for that matter in the future.
I mean, you are raising, I think, the fundamental question for the West. You know, are we ready to fight for Georgia and for Ukraine? And the question is not so clear. And you know, as someone who's followed, you know, on the ground for many years, you know, the independence of Georgia, Ukraine, the Baltic countries, Poland, etc., I am all with you, and my heart is screaming when I saw, you know, the tanks rolling in, when I saw what happened with Crimea, what I saw what happened in Donbass. But at the same time, as an observer and a journalist, I can't help asking the very tough question, and the very tough question is, Russia has managed to start two wars, one in 2008, the other one in 2014, on the question of Ukraine and Georgia. So is the West at this moment ready to go for a direct confrontation with Russia if necessary? I think that it was President Obama's team during the crisis in eastern Ukraine, when the debate on delivery of weapons was in full, very, very, very strong, who said there is a problem asymmetry of interest. On the one hand, you have the Russians, and the Russians consider basically that Ukraine is theirs, and that Georgia is theirs. And I think in the end, the basic question is that they haven't yet accepted the independence of these two countries fully, right? And on the other hand, you have the West absolutely nervous and trying to stabilize the Europe and seeing, that they should play a part. But let's say it bluntly, the Obama administration refused to take the risk of getting involved in a direct confrontation with Russia. So what are we to do now? I'm asking the question to Mr. Professor Marsheimer. Can you say something about that? And Stephen, please, can you say something as well?
Well, I think that we proved conclusively in 2008, in August of 2008, that we would not fight and die for Georgia. And I think we proved decisively, in my opinion, in the spring and summer of 2014, that we would not fight and die for Ukraine. What's going on here is you have a situation, as Laura said, where for Russia, Ukraine and Georgia are vital strategic interests. They're willing to fight and die there, which is hardly surprising given that it's on their border. But the United States is not. This raises the question, why are we even thinking about NATO expansion and giving Article 5 guarantees to two countries that we've already made it clear we won't defend militarily? It just doesn't seem to make sense. And it's not just, Ukraine and Georgia. If you look at the polls regarding public opinion polls regarding how the Germans think about fighting to defend not Ukraine and Georgia, but Poland and the Baltics, 57% of Germans say they're not willing to fight for Poland or for the Baltics. That's in a recent Bertelsmann poll, and in a Pew poll from last year, majorities in both France and Italy said they did not think it was worth fighting for Poland or the Baltics. And on top of all this, Britain, which has had military forces on the European continent since June 6, 1944, is going to pull all of its ground forces and air forces out of continental Europe by 2019. So here we are talking about a growing threat in Russia, right, expanding NATO eastward, and what direction are the British going in? They're going in the other direction. The Germans basically want to roll over and play dead. And the Americans have already shown quite clearly that they won't fight for either Georgia or Ukraine. What's going on here?
So should we just give up and just respond to the blackmail of the Russians? Because what you are actually in a way saying is that they have drawn already their line. And we are in a very complicated situation, because what are the drivers of U.S. Russian foreign policy? I think you say in your article of 2014 that the drivers of Russian foreign policy are their security interest, their legitimate security interest. But isn't it just a form of blackmail? Isn't Russia actually intimidating us into thinking that it's gonna go mad when it's not? This is really a question. I'm asking myself this question, and Stefan, what do you think?
Well, this is not a new debate. Actually, the same question was asked in 1997. Would we go to Poland's defense? And I'd hazard to guess if in 1938 you asked that same question to a room full of people like this, the answer would be no. Would we come to Poland's defense if Hitler's Germany invaded them or the Soviet Union? The answer would have probably been no. And that was the beginning of World War II. I think there's an equal argument to be made in the aftermath of the Bucharest summit that reinforcing the notion of a security vacuum in Georgia and Ukraine actually created exactly the vulnerability that made military action plausible on the part of the Russian Federation. And in listening to Professor Mearsheimer's account of the Bucharest summit, he may be the only person I've ever met who sees the headline coming out of that summit that Georgia and Ukraine are on the way to NATO.
The Russians too.
Vladimir Putin, when in fact the singular headline outcome of that summit was Angela Merkel and Nicolas Sarkozy ending the effort to bring Ukraine and Georgia into NATO for at least a generation. And so there was no basis that was driving Russia to a point of extremis in relation to either Georgia or Ukraine related to its NATO membership. Now, Russia has its interests, and that's all that counts. That's a really tough one for me to swallow. Russia has its interests, absolutely, but we get an opinion and a voice, too, on assessing those interests. We don't have to be intimidated, Laurie. We have to make our own assessment and evaluate, in our view, the legitimacy of those interests from our perspective. We are also entitled to our own interests in the world.
Yeah, but for instance, if you had been in the White House when the Crimea crisis started, and when the operation of the Little Green Man started in eastern Ukraine, you are at the NSC at this moment. Do you advise, as for instance, Edward Luttwak told me when I asked him, I said, what would you do, Edward Luttwak, to protect Ukraine and to make sure that this thing is not going to go out of hand and the Russians get this blackmail, this kind of card to take Ukraine hostage? He said, it's very simple. We have to make a decision where you draw the line of deterrence. If we bring now a division of NATO troops to Ukraine on the demand of the government, we make a statement to the Russians, but it wasn't done.
Yeah, so
it didn't happen.
Yeah, what I would say is, I certainly would not have advocated going to war with Russia over the invasion, over the annexation of Crimea or the invasion of eastern Ukraine. But the steps that need to be taken in order to prevent such situations from happening precede the invasion. They don't follow it. We could have, in hindsight, done a lot better with Russia. I think our policies with Russia in how we engaged Russia certainly is worthy of some critique over the past decade, over the past 15 years. I also think our engagement with Ukraine, we have to reflect on the steps we took and to the degree to which in proceeding with an open debate about potential for NATO membership and ultimately ending that debate, at least for a period at the Bucharest summit, also created a security vacuum, which I think invited these kind of steps. And so, with the benefit of hindsight, there are things we should have done differently and should have done better that may have helped us preclude the situation. But once the Russian forces are standing in eastern Ukraine and in Crimea, the options are far more limited. Absolutely. We're not going to go to war over that, and we shouldn't.
I want to go back. I want to go to the question of the West weakness that you have raised, and Damon has actually raised also in his preliminary remarks, because this is absolutely a key question. I'm from France, right? And when you see what's going on in France at the moment, it's absolutely bewildering. I mean, we have a huge segment of the French population, because of the question of radical Islam, which is ready to fall into Putin's lap strategically. You have, Marine Le Pen's party, which is not now an insignificant party, whose foreign policy, program is to get out of NATO and strike a military alliance with Russia. So it's a very frightening scenario, and you have, similar processes which are at work. So, what is happening when the core of NATO is in trouble, and is actually in existential questioning? what can we do about the enlargement? And I think I want to ask this question to Tinatin. Tinatin, do you feel that in Europe, and also in the US actually with the Trump phenomenon, that actually the situation is getting really desperate for your cause, for Georgia?
Well, it's very difficult for me to speculate with the public opinions in other countries. I cannot do it even about my own country's public opinion. If the polls are not very recent and if the elections were not conducted just yesterday, it's quite difficult. At the same time, I believe that there are issues when you do not go necessarily on the first morning for the public opinion. I just wanted to respond with exactly the same example as it was already said, the Hitler before Second World War, if there were public opinion polls. I believe that we all know what would have been the outcomes of it. On the other hand, when we say that, for example, a big majority of French are not ready to go and fight and die for Poland or any other country for that matter, obviously, if the question was about Georgia, probably the response would have been even worse. I always have this problem with, I've said it already before, with using this kind of narratives, because how many of those French know that Georgia was the only country, or the first country, who went on the very first call of the French government when they went to fight and die in Central Africa? How many of those French asked the question about whether they're ready to go for partnership or for whatever cause with Georgia? Know that. How many of them really were ready to go fight and die in Central Africa for the same reason? But French government has decided to do it anyways. And both in Central Africa and Mali, Georgia was the first country who went there, contributed its troops, and went in for the whole mission. And you say that the terrorism is #1 threat for most of the countries out there in Europe? Absolutely so. How many of those people in Europe know actually that Georgia is the #1 per capita troops contributor in Afghanistan? Exactly fighting the things that most of the Europeans believe are of an existential threat to their existence. These are the issues that need to be addressed when we ask those kinds of questions. Otherwise, most of the people probably can't even find Georgia on map. But if you know what is it that Georgia does, then this is where the politicians are making decisions. Politicians are elected to lead their countries for the time that they are elected for, and not to be led on every single issue. Otherwise, we would have had direct democracy, people making decisions on everything. Why do we need parliaments? Why do we need governments? Why do we need presidents? At all, we can call the people on the town hall meetings every day and make decisions together with them and by them every time. We check it every 4 years or 5 years or whatever electoral cycles we have. This is what current democracy is all about.
No, I mean,
but again,
I totally agree with you, and I must say, for fairness to our government, that despite the fact that it is incredibly unpopular at the moment, the French government has I think about 15% support in the population. They have stuck to their commitment in terms of the sanctions regime, for instance, in a very strong way. They have rejected the idea of selling the Mistral, which had been a deal struck by Sarkozy. I mean, they've done quite a few steps, but they can go as far as they can because they are pressured by the public opinion. So what I'm trying to say is that Georgia and Ukraine, it's also a sort of friendly warning that they should not nourish illusions. There is also the question of survival for countries like Georgia or Ukraine. And I remember, like Yulia Tymoshenko, who maybe not the model for for all kind of behavior, but Yulia Tymoshenko, when she was in government and the war in Georgia occurred in 2008, took a very cautious position on the question of NATO, of the relation of Russia, as if by some kind of instinct, because she's a very shrewd politician, she was feeling the danger was huge. And actually, Professor Scheimer, when you said that in 2000, nobody could have ever thought in the West that before 2014, Russia would be interested in invading Crimea, I think this is wrong, because I remember covering this issue, and that at the very moment when we were covering the Georgian war in 2008, the Russians were distributing passports in Crimea, and there was a lot of talk, in intellectual circles, nationalist circles in Moscow about this very question of Crimea. So it's not. This is not a surprise. I mean, the process of Russia going back to the bullying tactics that they've had for centuries, let's say, is not a new thing. And personally, one of the things I want to ask you is, what is the drivers of Russian foreign policy? This is a very important question, because my experience of covering Russia for 20 years is that the drivers of foreign policy is inside. And it's the change. I think you are also someone who says that there is no link between the type of regime that you have inside and the behavior of a country. And I believe in the Russian case it is wrong, because Russia's departure from the democratic experiment, the failure of the democratic experiment of Russia, has led precisely to Russia going back to the logic of control inside and outside. And logic of control of the former bloc.
A couple points. I do think that domestic politics or regime change, to use your language, does not matter much. I would not say it doesn't matter at all, but it does not matter much. And I would say in terms of how the United States and Russia behave on the world stage, the United States is much more aggressive than the Russians are. We're much more heavily into blackmail than the Russians are. I would remind you that the United States has fought 7 wars since the Cold War ended. We have been at war for 2 out of every 3 years since the Cold War ended. We toppled the regime in Afghanistan. We toppled the regime in Iraq. We toppled the regime in Libya. And we tried to topple the regime in Syria. The amount of murder and mayhem that we've created in the Middle East is actually quite staggering, right? This is one of the reasons the Russians are so fearful of us. So the idea that, the United States is different than Russia, I don't know about that. This is what great powers do. This was my basic starting point. Great powers are very dangerous. They're paranoid about their security. That's what principally drives them, not exclusively, but it's what principally drives them. And if I lived in Georgia or I lived in Ukraine, I would be very nervous. There's no question about it. I fully understand why someone from Georgia, like the Minister of Defense, wants to be part of NATO. It makes perfect sense. But the point I would make is that your interest as a Georgian or as a Ukrainian is very different than the interests of the French and the British, and it's certainly very different than the interests of the United States of America. You want to understand, we are a huge country. We have abundant security, despite all the threat inflation that you find here in Washington. The United States is the most secure great power in the history of the world. We're separated from Europe and Asia by 2 giant moats. We have thousands of nuclear weapons. We live in a unipolar world, which means by definition we're the only great power on the planet. It just doesn't get any better than this, ladies and gentlemen. So the idea that we're going to go to war against a nuclear-armed Russia to defend you or to defend the Ukrainians is not going to happen. And I think you want to be very careful not to place too much faith in the United States, because as I said before, the United States talks a good game, but they're basically leading you down the primrose path, and you're going to get yourself in real trouble because you live next door to the Russians, and they are nasty.
Can you respond very briefly, and maybe very briefly, because we'd like to take 1 or 2 questions for the audience?
I do think we need to reflect on this notion that might makes right, and that Russia's interests are Russia's solely to define. We watched in the former Yugoslavia some of the most brutal bloodshed since World War II. Concentration camps, mass executions of civilians, brutalization of the populations of the country. Russia saw it as its interests. If you want to define Russia's interests as what Russia's interests are, Russia's interest was for the Bosnian Serb regime. Russia's interest was for former dictator Slobodan Milosevic to continue and succeed in their aims. That was the expression of Russian interest that we heard from Moscow at that time. Any legitimization of that interest I find completely repulsive. This was one of the most violent and darkest eras in European history since World War II, and this was one of NATO's finest moments in fighting one of those 7 wars that John just pointed out we were engaged in since the end of the Cold War. Russia's interests do not extend to Central and Eastern Europe by any stretch of imagination. Soviet interests extended to the Warsaw Pact, but if we really wanted to listen for the voices of the imperial powers opposing the expansion of NATO to the Czech Republic and Hungary, then we should have gone to Vienna, because it had nothing to do with Moscow, nothing whatsoever. These are not even historically Russian territories, or Soviet territories, or Russian imperial territories. I mean, this notion is farcical. NATO is not a threat to Russia. Since its founding moment in 1949, Norway has been a member of NATO on the border of Russia. And here we are, 70 years later, still waiting for that invasion by the Norwegians into Russia, pointed like a dagger at the heart of the Russian Empire. Come on, the expansion of NATO has created stable, peaceful, friendly states in Central and Eastern Europe that have contributed to the net security of Russia as much as it has to anybody else in the European continent.
Can I respond really briefly? I think that what is where I find the biggest problem in your logic is that you get Russia absolutely wrong. Because if you believe that, okay, forget about Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova, and all those gray zone countries for that matter. But if you really believe that now giving up officially, openly, publicly on Georgia will stop Russia there at the Caucasus Mountains, this is where exactly you get Russia wrong. Russians are going to knock doors here in the United States if they believe that they have a game with you. If they believe that they can stop you, they can blackmail you, they can make sure that you are driving your policies out of the fear of Russians not attacking you, they will attack you. And this is exactly where you need Georgia. You said it several times that I understand if you're from Georgia, you're desperate to become a member of NATO. You should be more desperate to get us in NATO than Georgia is. You need Georgia even more than we need NATO membership in NATO today. Why? Because Georgia is an opportunity for you to prove to Russians that they do not have a veto power. They do not guide your policies. They do not make decisions instead of you. Because everybody knows in this room, outside this room, that the only reason Georgia is not a member so far is because Russia does not want so. And it's not because some public opinion in France is not supporting it. But it is because Russia does not want so. And you obey to Russia's decision on that. This is why you need Georgia today more, to see it as an opportunity, to prove it there. And there is no country, as it was already said, whatever Russia's opinion was about their membership, being it Baltics or Czech Republic or any other for that matter, where Russia started the war because of their membership. And they're not going to start the war in Montenegro either. And they did not do it in Albania, because this is exactly where the NATO's peace power is. And there was no single war between the two after the Second World War, exactly because of this notion that of one free and in peace, which works. It works, and we Georgians see membership to NATO as to fight somebody, but as to stop fighting with anybody, and to get on our both feet and be as strong as any other normal nation would have wanted to be without the war, in peace. And if there is anybody in this room who seriously believes that the reason there is no war in Baltics is because somebody in Kremlin just decided to give up on Baltics by itself, and not because Baltics are members of NATO and European Union, I'm sorry, but you got it totally wrong about Russia. So just to finish there, one more thing which is, I think, important. Today, there was 10-hectare more land grabbed by Russia in South Ossetia. 3 weeks ago, a serviceman just walked out of the administrative boundary line with Abkhazia, shot a Georgian 30-year-old guy on the other side of this boundary line, and went back without any troubles. And it is happening every day. We had the President Tusk in Georgia, and exactly for the 28 minutes he had a press conference with our president, there was a Russian military helicopter flying on the city of Gori for exactly those 28 minutes. This is Russia. So now, this is the cynicism of Russia. I have two questions to that. First, with membership or without membership, with map or without map, whatever decisions world powers are planning to make about Georgia and Warsaw. Where is the red line? That's the main question I have. What is the red line for you, partners of Georgia, partners of a country who is, again, I'm going to repeat it, the largest per capita troops contributor in Afghanistan, who's been called every time security was calling for the contribution of armed forces in different parts of the world. I had this morning Skype call of 3 continents. I had talked with the team in South Central Africa. I was sitting here, and my team in Tbilisi talking about some issues that are emerging in Central African Republic with our troops. What is it you are going to do about the country, Georgia? What is your red line? Where do you see the end of it? What is it, the momentum when you say, okay, that's enough. After that, we are not going to tolerate this. Because I remind you, they are standing just like, I don't know, 1 kilometer away from the main highway. The main highway, which is ensuring diversity of energy security for Europe. The main highway, where all those pipelines, gas pipelines, oil pipelines flow. The highway we call the highway of freedom, by which you can create alternative, including from China, from Caspian resources for Europe. Where is the red line? Today, without the membership, just having Georgia as loyal strategic partner as you have, and it is accepted. So we don't argue about it. So far, on paper, we are strategic, most reliable, most loyal partner to NATO and all those Western European powers. So my question is, what are you going to do about this strategic, most loyal partner tomorrow if Russia decides to blow up those pipelines that are so important to Europe? It's not that simple, as we are trying to put here, that, oh yeah, you are Georgia Minister of Defense, of course you care about the security of your country. Security of my country is very much fundamental issue for the security of Europe. And I can go even further. There is no secure Europe. There is no free Europe. There is no Europe in peace without Georgia being in peace and being part of that security architecture. That's the matter of the reality today. This is the world we live in. It might be different tomorrow. It was completely different with the Soviet Union. But I have bad news. There is no Soviet Union anymore. And Georgia has made its choice. And we are going to keep knocking on that door, whether anybody likes it or not. And you are going to open that door for us eventually, one day. But before that, we all need to think about those red lines. What are the red lines?
I think Tinatin has, in a very emotional way, sort of summed up, the extremely risky and situation in which we are, and also the fundamental question that we have to address, because indeed, what is being played out in the question we have to answer about Georgia and Ukraine is actually also a question about our own security. And we've known that the history of Russia has been to define the legitimate security interest in very different ways. I mean, it's evolving. So one day it will be that, and the next day it will be, they will push further if we don't actually put this thing in check. And but how to do it, I think apparently there's a huge disagreement between many people, but I would like to open the questions for the audience. Please, sir. Very short questions because I have very little time.
I know. I'd just like to remind the minister from Georgia that Jack Kennedy famously said the only thing worse than being an enemy of the United States is being a friend. And I'm afraid that applies today. My question is for Steve. How do you get a Republican Senate to approve Montenegro when your leading candidate and presidential contender says NATO is obsolete and under no circumstances would ever go to war over Montenegro? How does the Senate vote yes?
Mm-hmm. So I have to say that I'm a little bit outside the Senate debate, although I'm certainly following American politics with as much fascination as horror as anybody in this room. I think you have to make the case. Montenegro's ready. They'll be a net contributor to the security and peace of Europe, that they're willing to meet their alliance commitments, that they've taken the steps necessary to qualify for membership. And I think you argue the case on its merits. Article 5 is conflated in many ways. And obviously it's the terminal state of the NATO commitment. But Article 5 in and of itself doesn't automatically oblige any country to go to the defense of any other country. It considers an attack to be an attack on all, and it calls for collective defense, and it asks each country to evaluate the manner in which it considers it appropriate to respond to that. Now, we popularly construe that as us immediately going to the defense of other countries, but it's a little bit more subtle and complicated than simply have troops poised ready to go into Montenegro on day one. I think the goal is to erase a security vacuum, to begin filling in the part of Europe that the former Yugoslavia occupied, and bringing these countries fully into the European institutions, not on the basis of because you're going to defend them under Article 5, but on the basis of because in doing so you significantly diminish the likelihood that you will ever be required to mount a military defense of those countries. And I don't think there's any objective analysis that would suggest that Montenegro is more dangerous to us inside the NATO alliance than it is outside the NATO alliance.
There was a question here.
Just to continue that, I'm going to be talking on Montenegro, but there is a huge investment in the last 15 years that the United States and the West has done in the Balkans to just let it there and not think that the integration in EU and NATO will not protect that investment, and even more not go back to where it was 15 years ago. But my question to the professor is, it's kind of a surprise to me that you say that it was unpredictable when you had the behavior in Chechnya, Dagestan, South Ossetia, Abkhazia, Nagorno-Karabakh, Ukraine. So the surprise doesn't stay there. My question is, weaponizing refugees to destabilize Western Balkans and European Union now, isn't it that a signal, an indicator of where this is going in terms of national security and interest of the United States too? Does it have to happen to Pearl Harbor for you to understand that actually things can go so wrong and so far that you will have to be strategic in the way the world peace should be maintained?
Just a couple quick points. One is, the fact is that the West, and especially the United States, were completely surprised by what happened on February 22nd, 2014, and in the subsequent 2 months. The newspapers were filled with stories. We were just caught with our pants down. Second point I would make, with regard to refugees in Europe, that's a gift to Europe from the United States. You understand, we have principally created that crisis by all the murder and mayhem that we've promoted in the Middle East. Had the United States not toppled Saddam Hussein, tried to lead the charge against Assad in Syria, and so forth and so on, you know what happened in Libya, you wouldn't have this refugee problem. So it's a gift of the United States. How is the United States going to deal with this? There's no real military solution to this, right? It's not like the United States is going to recommit itself to NATO because of the refugee crisis. And indeed, really what's going on here, we haven't talked about this at all, but it's of enormous importance for people at the Atlantic Council, is the rise of China. The United States is confronting a potential peer competitor down the road, and the idea that we're going to have a pivot to Asia is almost for certain. And if you pivot to some place, you pivot away from another place. And the place we're going to pivot away from is not the Middle East, the third area that we care greatly about. The area we're going to pivot away from is Europe. And the reason we're going to pivot away from Europe, we've not talked much about this either, is because Russia is a declining great power. That's another reason we shouldn't care and don't care that much about Russia, because it's a declining great power. The exact opposite is true with China. And the United States is going to have its hands full dealing with the Chinese. And oh, by the way, in an ideal world, you want the Russians on your side as part of the balancing coalition against the Chinese. So don't be surprised if over time the United States gets closer to the Russians, because we need them against the Chinese.
Yeah, but we've been trying to get close to them for quite a while. It didn't work very well. And
got close to them in the
it
wrong way.
didn't. It didn't. Well, I mean, Mr. Trump is going to change everything, or, I mean, George W. Bush really tried, and Obama tried. Nobody really succeeded. I think I'm going to close the session. I'm afraid I may be a last question over there, and and we have to close this fascinating conversation.
Good afternoon, I'll come the Atlantic Council. I just came back from Russia, and I can tell the audience and the esteemed professor that Russia is in a funk of anti-American rhetoric and public opinion mobilization not seen during the tail end of the Cold War, and I'm old enough to remember that. And I would also add that I speak native Russian and I can read and talk to the people in Moscow. And it's not about what America does or doesn't do. It's about the survival of the Russian regime, because the regime lost its legitimacy. It bought it with the Crimea for about 2 years. And what the Russians call the competition between the fridge and the TV set, in the end of the day, doesn't matter how much the anti-American rhetoric is going to be spewed on Russian television. It's the refrigerator, the empty refrigerator, is going to lose. So it's not about American foreign policy. It is about an authoritarian regime that is losing its legitimacy. Thank you very much.
I think it's a good conclusion to this, it's a good conclusion which brings us back actually to the question of what drives Russian foreign policy. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to invite everyone to join us for lunch just outside. We're just a few minutes behind schedule, so please grab your lunch, find a place. You can come back in, and we will start back here a few minutes after 2. Thank you so much.
Testing, testing. Mic check, check. Testing, testing, check, check. Mic check. Testing, testing, check, check. Mic check, check, testing, testing. Testing, testing, check, check. Test, test. No, it's not doing it. Testing, testing, check, check, mic check. Testing, testing, check, check. Check, check, testing, testing. Mic check. Check, check. Testing, testing. Check, check, testing, testing.
What's going on?
All right, if we could ask everyone to come in and go ahead and take their seats, we'll go ahead and get the program started. So just 1 minute and we'll get started.
My name is Dan Vidich. I'm a senior fellow here at the Atlantic Council. I'll be moderating today's panel discussion titled The Future of Enlargement. Is NATO's door still open? There's a considerable degree of uncertainty, I think, moving forward in terms of what the future of NATO expansion is and what the future of the open door policy is. This despite several rounds of successful expansion in 1999, 2004, 2009, and now with the impending accession of Montenegro in the very near future. In 2008, of course, we had, as we discussed on previous panels, we had the Bucharest summit where Macedonia was not given an invitation. Georgia and Ukraine were not provided with MAP, an event that still causes much debate in terms of its potential consequences. There's lingering skepticism, I would say, in Germany and many other NATO countries, existing NATO countries, about the continuation of enlargement and expansion. President Obama in 2014, a few months after Russia's annexation of Crimea and invasion of Ukraine, traveled to Brussels and said that Ukraine and Georgia were currently not on the path to membership. And of course, we recently had U.S. Ambassador to NATO Douglas Lute say that in his view, the door is going to be closed for the foreseeable future in terms of new membership. To quote him, he said, "In practical terms, I don't think there's much additional room in the near term, the next several years perhaps, or maybe even longer, for additional NATO expansion." And now, of course, here in the United States, we have a candidate, a presumptive presidential nominee who is described NATO as an alliance, as an institution, as an organization, as being obsolete, which of course begs the question of where NATO is headed, whether future expansion continue if the United States has a chief executive who has these views. And so I would say that there are competing facts and competing realities. On the one hand, we have again, the fact that Montenegro is going to become a member in the near future. And I think that sends the appropriate message to Russia as far as this process is concerned in the context of Montenegro, Russia is not receiving a veto. But at the same time, we have comments from Ambassador Lute and others who are suggesting that expansion may stop in Montenegro, at least for now. Well, what about Macedonia? I would argue that Macedonia and the stagnation that it's experienced over the last 8 years in terms of its Euro-Atlantic integration, with respect to both the EU and NATO, that this has certainly contributed to, if not caused, some of the political and ethnic tensions that we've seen in that country. And we're very lucky to have here today on our panel Defense Minister Zoran Yolevski of Macedonia. I suspect that he'll have some thoughts on that subject and a few others. What about Ukraine? Ukraine is a long way from fulfilling NATO standards and NATO requirements in terms of membership, and has disputed borders as a result of Russia's aggression. But does the open door policy apply to Ukraine? And I think if it doesn't, we need to think about what are the consequences of discouraging Ukraine and other countries from NATO membership and having NATO ambitions. What about Finland and Sweden? Public opinion isn't quite there yet in Finland in terms of support for NATO membership, but several of Finland's political leaders in recent years have come out and said that they're in favor. Sweden recently signed a host nation treaty with NATO, and unlike Finland, the I would say the Swedes are much more supportive of NATO membership. The plurality of Swedes support NATO membership. More Swedes support NATO membership than are actually opposed. And of course, what about Georgia? A country that, substantively speaking, has a level of cooperation and a relationship with NATO that goes beyond map status and candidate country status in many ways, but that nonetheless continues to face a great deal of uncertainty in terms of its future in NATO and whether it will ultimately become a full-fledged member. So these are some of the issues that we'll discuss today with our panelists whom I'd like to discuss it, whom I'd like to introduce at this point. To my left, we have Macedonia's current defense minister, Zoran Yalevski, who was previously ambassador to the United States, as well as Secretary General to the President of Macedonia. We have Jim O'Brien, who's currently vice chair of Albright Stonebridge Group. Previously, he was a special envoy at the State Department for the Balkans. He was also a senior advisor to Madeleine Albright when she was ambassador at the UN. We have Evelyn Farkas, who's a senior fellow here at the Atlantic Council, much like myself. And from 2012 to 2015, she was Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense with responsibility for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. She was also a senior advisor to the Supreme Allied Commander Europe and professional staff member on the Senate Armed Services Committee. And finally, we have Haki Abazi, who is the program director for the Western Balkans portion of the Rockefeller Brothers Fund Pivotal Place program. Prior to joining the Rockefeller Brothers Fund in 2007, Haki served as director of the Kosovo office for East-West Management Institute. And so why don't we get started with you, Evelyn Farkas. Let me ask you a question. You recently wrote that Americans should feel good about Montenegro joining NATO. Why is that?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. And I should add that my portfolio had all of the aspirants. So we also had the Western Balkan countries in the portfolio, as well as the Caucasus and the Black Sea area. And again, thank you to the Atlantic Council for organizing this. I think this is probably the only think tank event that I know of, maybe in the whole United States of America, that's focused on the issue of enlargement. So thank you, Damon Wilson, and the whole Atlantic Council team for coming up with this idea and for executing it, and for being able to attract such stars like the ministers of defense and foreign affairs from the region. Look, I think first of all, it's the most obvious thing is it's great that Montenegro is being offered the membership because number one, in the current climate, it's a message to Russia and the world that Russia does not have a veto on NATO membership. But secondly, and I think this is maybe more important, it's part of our commitment to spread stability throughout Europe, and we have not finished in the Balkans, and Montenegro is a big piece of that. And I feel for the Montenegrins, they have a lot to be proud of. They're multi-ethnic, intercommunal, small country, of course, but they pride themselves on the way that they've been able to handle their independence and their relations with their neighbors. And so I think it's a good example, and it's good news also for Montenegro itself. And Montenegro will continue on the path that it's on right now. It's not as if you get into NATO or even the EU for that matter, and then you're done with your reforms. They'll have to continue to professionalize and build their, albeit very small, military and learn how to work within the NATO construct. And everyone else will have to remember that it's not 28 for all the international institutions, so it'll be EU 28 and 29 for NATO. And I look forward to the day when everybody has to change their talking points. There are other elements of this, I think, that are maybe a little more esoteric. I think Damon Wilson himself said in a publication, if an institution actually can see fit to allow new members in, to take new members in, it says something about the confidence of that institution. So I think that's another thing that we should feel good about. And then there's the security element. We have with us our former SACEUR, who talked very clearly about the advantages. Maybe I shouldn't put you on the spot here, but there's an advantage to having the Adriatic Sea coast, the Adriatic coast sealed, if you will, militarily. So that's another component of this. But I think then the final one is the one that you alluded to in the beginning, which is that this is a sign to all of the other aspirants that the door really is open, because if somebody walks through it, that's the only proof that it's actually open. And I think I'll just stop with that, but I think that's the most significant component.
And Minister Ulevsky, would you agree with that? Is Montenegro's accession to NATO a sign that the door remains open, including for your country? And as Evelyn said, is there a significance here for the stability of the Balkans as a whole?
First, I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate to Montenegro, but also to NATO member states inviting Montenegro into NATO. It's very important that with that invitation, the signal has been sent that the NATO door remains open. And I will say more NATO in Southeastern Europe, in the Balkans, the more stable Balkan is. And we have proven that last 2 decades we became from security consumers, security providers. We have our troops serving shoulder to shoulder with your troops in Afghanistan. Macedonia, we have had 3,800. Half of our army has been deployed in a NATO mission in Afghanistan. It shows that our military is very capable to be partner of NATO, and that we can contribute to NATO with our activities, with our troops, and with our equipment. It's very important that through accession process to NATO, we are strengthening our societies. We do the reforms in our military, in our army, which is important for NATO, but more important for ourselves. To have a strong and mobile army is important for the stability of the country and the whole region. With the process of accession, we have strengthened our societies, democratic institutions. We are sharing the same values. As you know, Macedonia has fulfilled all criteria to be invited in 2008, but because of the known issue with our south neighbor, differences over the name, we haven't been able to get the invitation. But there is huge support by the citizens of the Republic of Macedonia for our NATO and Euro-Atlantic integrations, aspirations. In different periods, last 15 years, the support was above 80%. Sometimes was close to 90%, depends on but still there is political consensus among all political parties about our NATO aspirations, and we are continuing to fulfill the criteria needed, especially in the area of defense. Very often when I talk to Macedonian public about our participation to NATO missions, I'm using the following sentences. There's like two-way avenue. On one way, we are helping NATO and our allies to bring peace, stability in the other parts of the world where it's needed. In this case, it's Afghanistan. And we are proud that we are a partner to whom you can rely in doing that. But also at the same time, our soldiers who are participating in those missions are getting very important skills which can be used in a country. It shows that when we faced the big migrant crisis last year, when after the government made the decision to proclaim crisis area on south and north border, the military helped provide support to the police, and I get excellent assessments from international community, especially from High Commissioner for Refugees. And one of the reasons because those soldiers have been deployed in Afghanistan and they know how to deal with people with that kind of cultural background.
Haki, essentially the same question to you. You're someone who, out of those of us here in D.C., probably spends the most time in the Balkans on the ground. What's your perspective on the relevance and the significance of Montenegro's accession to NATO for the region as a whole?
Well, so perhaps we need to analyze from all the new members that joined EU. So most of them, or all of them, became member of NATO too. So I think even if one has to analyze Montenegro's path to the European Union, this is just a natural process in terms of reforms, internal reforms, and relationship with the neighbors. I think in addition to security for Montenegro, which I fully agree, the control over the ports on the Adriatic Sea that very often have been the places of gray economy and illegal kind of trade from different interests, I think it also decreases the and prevents the penetration of the really bad capital into the political system in the Balkans. So the significance of Montenegro, I mean, it's small, but diamonds are small. So I think it's really, really great for the region. The signal, and I think I want also to challenge the notion that we kind of got trapped into the discussion about NATO enlargement is threat to Russia because Russia is responding. I think this is a historical opportunity of protecting the investment of the last 15 years that has been done in the Balkans, not only to prevent to go back to where we were in the 90s, but actually close the chapter of murdering, killings, and massive fights in the Balkans, not only for the sake of the Balkans itself, which is a great thing to do, and preserve its diversity ethnically, religiously, prove that the democracy can actually live in such a diverse environment, but also for the security of European Union. I don't think there is going to be a successful European Union project with an unstable, always challenged by geopolitics and the interest of the organized crime and criminal networks surviving in the Balkans. So significance of the Montenegro goes way beyond its size and importance internally. The confidence also to the political system in other countries such as Kosovo and Macedonia and Bosnia and Herzegovina in a critical time of changing leadership in the United States, changing leadership at United Nations, and the potential challenge for the European Union through Brexit is even more significant to happen and be pushed right now without trying to delay the process.
Jim, just this week and on several occasions, a number of occasions over the last few years, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in a press conference with his Finnish counterpart in Moscow, said that Russia is going to take, quote, adequate measures in response to Montenegro's accession to NATO. What can we expect from Russia?
More press conferences. I mean, full truth in advertising. I have a part-time job in the U.S. government, so not all my words are my own. I don't work on NATO issues there, but so I'll speak partly as a government official and partly as a private citizen. As a government official, and let me work my way back to Russia. As a government official, I'd say the best way of keeping the door open and of further enlarging NATO is to have success with the NATO we have today, which means, among other things, the member states, especially the recent member states, have to keep up and meet their commitment on defense spending. They have to keep improving their defense capabilities, and they have to remain active and engaged members of the alliance. They also have to demonstrate a commitment to the sort of core values that are part of the alliance. That's the best way to see this move forward, is to perform effectively. Now, to start thinking about how one thinks about it, and we're looking at these aspirants in very different regions, right, different sets of problems. To think about it, I guess I like all the three interventions before mine. And Haki's point, it's sort of a trap to get in this discussion that's focused on Russia. So let's sort of acknowledge that all of us, even Professor Mearsheimer, we all agree on a couple of premises. One, there is a country called Russia, and two, we have to be able to engage with it. Now, the question of how engaged it is and the way in which we do that should not be taken to imply that we are always cooperative. Sometimes that is an argumentative relationship. And General Breedlove and others have done a very good job of representing one side of the discussion. And that's going to be really important in the way we think about NATO going forward. So how do we think about this as approaches Russia? Now, let's start an anecdote. A good friend of mine about a year ago was speaking with one of the Russian architects of the Ukraine policy, and essentially said, how come Crimea went so well and eastern Ukraine seems to be such a mess for you guys? Because it is a mess for everyone, but Russia clearly didn't kind of get its initial goals in the way that it approached this. And the answer was, we thought they were all Russians, but it turned out they were all Ukrainians. And that's a really interesting answer, because it suggests the role that values and culture play in magnifying whatever kind of hard security guarantee we're willing to provide. So when I think about the way we want to engage Russia on the issues all around its border, the question's not so much where should Article 5 go, though that's an element. It's how can we use our institutional arrangements to bolster the improvement in performance that we want to see from these states so that they have the institutional and values-based arrangements that resist importuning from abroad or threats from abroad, but also then have enough of a hard security guarantee that they have the space for the institutions to develop. So what does that sort of mean? Well, one part of it is addressing the internal functioning of these governments. Particularly in the Western Balkans, we have governments that, they're really young. They have some internal issues, maybe including Macedonia, that really are ones that cause some problems. And what role NATO can play in this is that often the best functioning or an essential functioning element are the security apparatus, security, intelligence, internal security, as they respond not only to traditional threats, but to terrorism threats, the mass flow of people. They're the only place with the logistical and capability and the political backing to provide an effective response. So to have those parts of the societies working well is, I think, a critical part of extending the umbrella of a Europe whole and free, not only in the Western Balkans, but elsewhere. Now, that has to be supplemented by a more active European Union engagement and a continued role by the United States, but that's all a part of having more effective governance in those countries with the security apparatus at the heart of it. There's also a second element, which is the sort of core physical need. And I think here, the response within the current Article 5 membership is really critical. That because not so much that if we protect the Balts, that therefore we will do that for aspirant countries. But if we fail to protect the Balts, we have no credible opportunity to persuade anybody else that we will come to their assistance. So the sorts of things that we've done over the last year, and the General's been a key part of that, at demonstrating our resolve in responding, I think is important. A question, though, is what can NATO do that's short of extending an Article 5 guarantee to provide some level of physical security for each country? And that's a decision that's probably got to be tailored. It can't be one answer for everybody, but it is something that has to be a part of the equation as we go forward. Now, the political difficulty is that you've got to separate that, I think, from the broad question of, is it time for an Article 5 guarantee? Because the reality is the politics of this is just difficult. It's hard then for, and we just saw the Georgian defense minister's, a fantastic advocate for NATO engagement. I think the political discussion within each country has to be willing to separate, to not act defeated by the failure of extending Article 5. Certainly there's disappointment and it's the difficulty, but also to acknowledge the positive security benefits that come from a closer association with the other side, with NATO and its member states. Which brings me to the final point. This is when NATO talks about enlarging, this is it's a very public and contentious process. So within countries, there's a debate. There's a debate within NATO countries about whether to continue to expand. And then you have debates within, say, the United States where people are arguing about whether other countries are providing enough support for the NATO umbrella. All of that can give rise to a sense of uncertainty because it's impossible for us to have a hard bargaining session inside to say to a country, you need to spend more on defense, you need to commit to this mission, or we may not be there for you, right? That's the essential negotiating point. But you can't at the same time say, oh, but don't worry, we'll always be there for you and provide the 100% security that people want. And in a way, this debate over NATO enlargement is a performative act of what it means to be part of NATO. Countries have to be mature enough to have a discussion that allows for different sides to be at the table, and they have to allow for a certain amount of uncertainty and still maintain their commitment to the core obligations that they've undertaken by being part of NATO. And we're at a moment when it's really hard to have that level of uncertainty in public discussion. But I think we all have to recognize it, and the sophisticated audience that's here today has to be a part of constantly reminding people that there is this broader umbrella of relationship and security and a cultural value, and that's an enormous magnifier in a response to a bullying neighbor, even if there's a lot of debates within the family. So I'll stop with that.
Jim, you and Evelyn and in the previous panel, Steve Began, I think hit on the same idea, which is that NATO is actually much more than a military alliance. It's a normative alliance. It's an alliance of values, and part of the reasoning and part of the logic behind NATO expansion since the 90s has been to consolidate, of course, good governance and democratic institutions in many of these countries. And so, to quote Donald Trump, NATO may not be obsolete, but is NATO obsolete in this sense? Now that we see certain NATO countries, like Hungary, like Poland, possibly Croatia, some argue, backsliding on governance and democratic standards and arguably values, can we say that possibly NATO isn't as effective, maybe even obsolete in this sense? And that's, Jim, for you. Evelyn, maybe if you're interested. I know you also touched on the issue of NATO being more than a military alliance.
Yeah, I mean, look, there needs to be, this conversation has occurred really more in the context of the EU. And, you know, if you sign up to those values and you sign up to certain rules of the road, you have to maintain adherence to them. And you can't suddenly veer away from them and say, well, we don't like liberal democracy, we want illiberal democracy, which is absolutely counter to what the EU stands for. And yet there are no penalties, there are no ways to hold countries accountable. And, you know, if need be, eject them from the institution if they cannot, you know, if over time they cannot adhere to the rules of the road. So maybe there would be room for something like that in the NATO context as well, although I think, you know, there is a difference between the EU and NATO, certainly, and what you sign up to with NATO, and I don't see any ally that is, you know, working counter to NATO's security objectives, and we don't have a problem of that nature at the moment. So I guess, I mean, I would say, though, that very much, I mean, if you're a member of an institution, regardless of what institution it is, your membership, it's a dynamic thing. So you need to be constantly improving. And that's why, as I said about Montenegro, and I've argued, you know, in the administration as well, that if we let them in today, it doesn't mean they stop their reform. They know what they have to do to become democratic, more democratic, or democratic. They've said that they want to continue down this road. So they're going to continue down the road, and we're going to hold them to the commitments that they made to their people and to all of us. But, you know, I think that's just normal.
And going,
just say
Haki, absolutely.
I think we need to track back the consequences of the financial crisis. I think what we have seen in Hungary and even in Austria, we were very close to elect a very right-wing president there that established democracies are going through a very interesting cycle of, you know, what I call using the space that the EU does not control in terms of the compliance. You can do everything, and you have to do everything in a process of EU membership. But once you get there, there is no mechanism to actually monitor and reinforce the rules that they had to pass through during the membership. Like look, Greece, for example, going through major issues because it did not go through it, but also there was no mechanism of compliance. So maybe time is to think about DG compliance within the EU and have that reinforcement mechanism in there, which I think it would, as much as it is probably necessary on the NATO side as well, it would probably double the efforts, because the quality of democracy is never going to be stable in Europe, and we cannot expect that everyone is going to perform at the same level. But yet again, I think the EU as a new political economic union is learning that process. So I think the notion of skepticism that is being thrown around about EU doesn't help to actually keep Orban and other leaders at the standards where they joined EU altogether. But I agree, there is no major movement of against NATO objectives in EU that we have seen coming up.
Can I add something? Because
Absolutely.
I see the little 5-minute thing going up, and I think one thing that we should think about is not just whether, you know, it's dynamic and the countries have these requirements, but I also think the institutions themselves, and I think, You know, when Damon started out this whole conference earlier today, he was talking a lot about the rules of the institutions, the way the institutions conduct themselves, how you do enlargement. And so since this panel is about enlargement, I mean, I think it really behooves NATO itself, and the EU perhaps, but this is about NATO, to look at its own enlargement rules and its own enlargement procedures. And NATO, I mean, in that sense, Trump is right. NATO does need to do a little bit of reform. And so, you know, we have countries that have their territory occupied who have done everything that's required to be a NATO member, you know, and more. What do we do about that? Because we as NATO have been sort of stuck there in our seats, you know, oh God, these guys are ready, but they're occupied. Well, let's come up with a way to work around that. And not to, you know, mention Damon again, but apparently there was an Atlantic Council study a while back looking at the example of Germany, which was, of course, occupied in East Berlin, et cetera. Yeah. You know, how did we incorporate all of West Germany, you know, but not that part of Berlin, East Berlin? There was a carve-out. So I think there needs to be some creative thinking.
Absolutely. And I guess we'll save some of the Russia questions for our audience. I think they're itching to get into this discussion. Yes?
Microphone or I yell?
It's coming. We're both.
I'm Harlan Ullman with the Atlantic Council. Thanks for a very good presentation. My questions are to Evelyn and to Jim. It seems to me that for the past 25 years, with the end of the Soviet Union, NATO has faced three possibly irreconcilable contradictions that I'd like you to reconcile for me. The first was that NATO was created as a military alliance, when in fact today it's far more a political military alliance. So how do you reconcile that? Second, we've always been ambivalent about what to do with Russia. And so how do we reconcile that? And third, in the private sector, it is impossible, I repeat, impossible to run a business with a board of directors of 28 when you require unanimity. So how do we reconcile, can we, those three contradictions, or do we just wing it?
Do you want to get a few questions? Or?
Sure. Why don't we do that? Jim, that's easy for you. We can get a few more. Anyone? Yes.
Oops. Oh, so sorry. Yes. I don't really have a question, just a quick note that in the EU there are actually procedures with the new Lisbon Treaty to put penalties on countries that are not fulfilling the requirements of rule of law, et cetera, and that Poland might be getting those penalties in the near future, such as losing voting rights.
So maybe a couple of thoughts on the questions. I guess I would say NATO is a military institution that has a political purpose. So it has to both remain focused on the military, or I'll say security sets of issues, that's its competence, but that has a broader purpose. If the security institutions in a country become a battleground for political elites, or become a player in political debates, the country rots out and thus is not a part of the Europe whole and free we've been talking about. And so NATO's role, by focusing on the military or security mission and then the institutions that have to fulfill that, is a necessary, although not sufficient, part of the broader political purpose of allowing for a well-governed society that it has rotations in power and all the attributes we'd see of a functioning democracy. The ambivalence toward Russia is a great question, and I don't know. I feel like my own view, I've worked very well in Russia, with the Russian government, and I feel it works best when we're very clear about our respective interests and what we will accept and what we won't. I do think, I mean, the Clinton administration and the first Bush administration, both of which I was a part of at different levels, I think there was the rhetoric was all about integrating Russia and engaging with Russia, and I think that was far too ambitious. And the answer is not so much whether we provoked Russia or Russia turned or whatever. It's just clear Russia decided to write its own script. And I don't like the script that it is pursuing at the moment, but it was Russia's choice. And so I think the ambivalence in a way reflects perhaps one, a generosity of spirit, which I think is a fabulous part of the West in the post-war era, and Fred's book captures a lot of this. But it was also maybe a bit too ambitious. And so maybe what we shouldn't be thinking about is, do we want to hug Russia or squeeze Russia? Which just, how do we live alongside Russia? And it feels to me the ambivalence starts to go away once we simply say, we're going to have to engage one another. We'll be clear about what we want. And not just we in the United States. And I think this was a point that sort of got lost at the end of the last panel. This is about the people of these countries making choices about how they want to live. And whether they want to be full-on members of the European Union and NATO is one thing, but people are going out on the streets. In Kiev, it didn't start in February 2014, right? People lived on the streets, and some of them were murdered to be able to make a choice about their own political institutions. And so, I think it's pretty easy to start seeing the lines of where we want to see NATO and the EU be active partners in shaping the daily life of people, because it's where the people in those societies are making choices for themselves.
So I would just add that NATO was and is always going to be a political military alliance, so I don't think anything's changed in that respect. I think on the Russia relationship, I would agree with everything Jim just said. I think it's important to note, Russia is not the Soviet Union, so, that is very important to bear in mind, because I think a lot of the people who talk about Russia, they often make the mistake of conflating the two. Having said that, Russia's not going away, because there's also a whole camp of people that think somehow Russia's going to disappear and we're not going to have to factor it into our geopolitical discussion. That's nonsense. So I think, as Jim pointed out, the smartest thing to do is to communicate directly with Russia and its government, whatever government that is, and to coexist. But I also do think that the Russians, they respect directness, they respect strength, and regardless of who is in power. And so I think it's just important to be direct, to be strong. For the time being, we have a government in power in the Kremlin that unfortunately sees NATO and the West as a threat to them. So we are going to have to just live with that reality. We can't wish it away.
Minister Yurlevsky, let me ask you, going off of this conversation, it's been my perception, my perspective, that Russia was not very involved or very concerned about the Balkans and NATO expansion in this area of Europe up until about a year or two ago. What's been your experience as obviously defense minister of your country, and prior to that, holding several other high-ranking positions within your government? What has engagement been like with Russia and Russian officials on the NATO issue?
I can speak about my experience. As you mentioned, I used to be Secretary General, or how you call it here, Chief of Staff of President Raikovsky. And in 2002, an official visit in Moscow, and part of the talking points of the President was that the future of Macedonia is in NATO and Euro-Atlantic integration, EU and NATO. The response, what we got then, it was that that's fine if that's the wish of Macedonian people. We should persuade that path of development. When I became a Minister of Defense back in 2014, that just I left Washington as ambassador I went to Skopje. I had a meeting with the Russian ambassador. It was early September 2014, and I started the meeting with a statement that my primary goal as a Minister of Defense is to bring Macedonia into NATO. More or less, I got the same answer, but then we saw the statement, the interview given by Minister Lavrov for a Bosnian newspaper, that Russia might see integration of Western Balkans as a provocation. That was for me a surprise, but afterwards we have seen a number of statements in that respect. And I would like to use this opportunity also to mention Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is part of my region, and transformative power of Euro-Atlantic integrations to our societies. I believe we need to find a way how to help Bosnia and Herzegovina to start its MAP process. And through that process of MAP and EU integration talks, Bosnia can transform itself. So I will repeat again, more NATO in Southeastern Europe, more prosperous and stable Southeastern Europe is. And we also, as a members of Euro-Atlantic institutions, have proven that we can be your partners, helping with you, working with you, for example, in Afghanistan, we have joint mission, Macedonia, Montenegro, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Albania, and Croatia, to be your real partners.
And if I could, just also for Kosovo, it's very important to even establish a formal relationship with NATO. Because right now they don't have any formal relationship, and I think Partnership for Peace. So since we want to mention something about East, they're not even formally, I can't say the word, an aspirant. But I think it bears mentioning what kind of limbo they're in from a security perspective.
Right, absolutely.
So maybe just one interesting point, actually 2 points on the Russian interest. Even though the statements were not very kind of direct and explicit about NATO issues and integration in the Balkans, I think the flux of the investment and privatization of the very important resources in the Balkans from Russians is something to look at and see how that brings a lot of also interference with the political process and how the power is distributed around. The other element I think we need to be quite careful in this process is what I call weaponizing of refugees from Russians, and to a certain extent also use of the Turkish interest in the Balkans too. So very often we can be misled by a very quick articles in the media reflecting on the transformation of societies in the Balkans, which I find it fascinating because, of course, when you have 20 years of a narrative of a clash of civilizations and Islam and Christianity and all that, people buy into that very quickly. So I'm actually referring to several articles in the last couple of weeks in New York Times about how one indicator kind of paints a picture of a transformed society like in Kosovo or Macedonia or others, which becomes a very fertile ground to be misused by negative forces in the region. So we need to be very careful and give really deep analysis before we jump into the conclusion. I think the good part is with all the ambiguity and how slow the process and painful the process of EU integration and freedom of movement has been in the Balkans, you have 90% of the population and the leadership determined to go to European Union, become member of the NATO as well, including the discussion in Serbia as well, which is, of course, a hard topic, but has been in a very incremental but a very positive kind of direction in terms of seeing the region functioning together. And we cannot let this energy go without being used in a proper way and close the chapter of animosity that has been created in the past in the region.
And I did want to ask the panel specifically about Serbia, since we've obviously talked about Montenegro and Bosnia and Kosovo and the other countries of the region. Serbia obviously has a very particular history with NATO, and in public opinion, I believe, is somewhere around the 15% range in terms of support. Although at the same time, when Montenegro started its process, public opinion was around 15-20% as well. And now we've seen that go up to 40, 50, maybe even higher than that. So what is the future of Serbia's relationship with NATO? It says it's neutral. It is neutral. I believe this is part of its constitution. Yet at the same time, when you look at the level of activity that Serbia is having with NATO, as opposed to, say, with Russia, where they have 1 or 2 military exercises a year, and it's something like 60 with NATO, substantively speaking, it seems like the relationship is very much trending in a positive direction.
I fully agree with you when we speak about Serbia. They see themselves as a part of European Union. Of course, maybe it's premature for them to make a decision now to join NATO. But if you look at the activities, they have a lot of activities together with NATO, as you mentioned, the huge number. They have excellent partnership program with the National Guard of Ohio. It shows that they are a reliable partner. And also I would like to share with you the experience what we have had with them during the migrant crisis. Countries, some of them NATO countries, some of them just EU countries like Austria, we have jointly cooperated and we established a lot of links between ourselves to deal with the huge migrant crisis what my region faced during the second half of last year, when we had 1 million of migrants from Syria and Iraq and some other places passing through our countries. And we have managed as a countries on that route to establish a cooperation in the area to exchange the data of those migrants coming through our countries. It shows that Serbia is a reliable partner, and it's a great neighbor.
Great. So I'm being told that we have to wrap up. I guess we'll wrap up with one final question, which is concerning.
Can I just say, I just want to say, I don't want to be silent as somebody who just worked in the administration very closely with the Serbian Ministry of Defense for 3 years. I mean, I think absolutely we have a very robust U.S. bilateral program also with Serbia. We're their #1 military partner. And I think, in my view, I wouldn't be surprised if down the road, Serbia did decide to become a NATO member. So
I noticed that in one of your recent articles, Evelyn, you said Serbia is not pursuing membership in parentheses for now. So you indicated your thoughts there, and I agree with that. I think that over time, the prospect of Serbia becoming a member of NATO is there. Of course, this isn't a coercive process. No one's going to force them to do it, but I think that the political leadership there is trending in that direction. So a final question for everyone a month before the NATO summit. I mean, what do we expect from the Warsaw Summit on the future of expansion? Do we expect a positive message? Do we expect silence? Or do we expect discouragement? Everyone.
I think I would want to answer to the question what we should be pushing for in Warsaw Summit. And I think ambiguous, weak signals, especially for the Balkans, are not helpful. I think Warsaw Summit should go straight forward into the celebrating the membership for Montenegro, sending the invitation for Macedonia, continuing to reinforce it in its engagement in Kosovo and Serbia and Bosnia-Herzegovina as well. Not only, as I said, because this could be a Russian West issue and Balkan continue to be a battleground for interest, but for the sake of the European Union stability and defense, and for actually creating that sense of a family for all the members who have been living in this ambiguous position for many, many years.
Everything that we've done from Wales to Warsaw has been done over time, even though, of course, they'll be presented as one package, and I'm thinking now mainly of the deterrent measures. And those are important, but as I said, they've evolved over time. I think the moment, and it's not something that you celebrate in a moment because it's also still evolving. Arguably, and everyone has their own opinion, there's much more to be done, and maybe we can press our general in the next panel about what more needs to be done on deterrence. I would just say the real issue is that this is the moment to celebrate enlargement. This is the moment to celebrate NATO confidence. So I would just ask for a big celebration and a meeting with the other aspirants.
I can't improve on the last two answers, except to say that I hope there's something about Georgia as well.
Thank you. I hope that the message what we'll get from Warsaw on enlargement will be positive and will cherish the message. My country has fulfilled all criteria to get invited to NATO in 2008. I hope we'll be able to get invitation in Warsaw. We are aware about the differences with our south neighbor over the name, but we are sincerely committed to work with them to finding differences, to find a solution or differences over the name. And invitation of Macedonia to NATO will help to strengthen the confidence-building measures between two countries.
Great, thank you.
I would like to also add Bosnia and Herzegovina. We need to have some positive signal for Bosnia and Herzegovina too.
Thank you to the panel, and it seems to me that there's a consensus, at least as far as this panel is concerned, that there's optimism with respect to NATO expansion and NATO enlargement moving forward. There will, of course, be hiccups. This isn't a linear process, but it sounds to me like collectively the panel is fairly optimistic, and that's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and transition directly to General Breedlove and invite Fred Kemp back to the stage to moderate our closing conversation with our former Secretary.
As Damon said, I'm Fred Kemp. It's good to be back up here again. Good afternoon. We're honored to have General Phil Breedlove with us to close out today's lively conference. And General Breedlove, I almost didn't recognize you there without the uniform on. But thank you so much for your service. You've just been and will continue to be in your retired life, I hope unretired, and will as you continue to work for our alliance and for the United States. Last month, you stepped down as Supreme Allied Commander of NATO and Commander of U.S. European Command after nearly 4 years at the helm and nearly 4 decades of distinguished military service. General Breedlove led U.S. Europe Command and NATO amid one of the most difficult security environments the transatlantic community has faced since the end of the Cold War. During his tenure, he oversaw NATO's transformation of its ISAF mission in Afghanistan, played a key role in implementing military reforms decided at the 2014 NATO-Wales Summit, and re-energized the alliance's ambitious military exercise program and spearheaded the alliance's refocus on Russia, which of course we'll get to. He was the recipient of the Atlantic Council's Distinguished Military Leadership Award, where he remarked on Russia's unfortunate shift from a relationship, quote, from one of strategic cooperation to one of strategic competition, and called upon the United States and its allies to demonstrate to Russia's Vladimir Putin that his policy wouldn't succeed, saying, again, quote, deterring Russia by carefully shaping Moscow's choices and managing Putin's confidence. In an age of uncertainty, General Breedlove provided certainty, reminding NATO's leaders and public and potential adversaries of the enduring value of the alliance. We've had a close and successful cooperation with you and also with your predecessors at NATO and European Command for many years. And we're eager to hear your insights. This is going to be Q&A. We started late, so we'll probably run until about 3:40, 3:45, just so you can manage your own time. I'll ask a couple of opening questions, but then really turn to all of you, because I know there's a lot of expertise and knowledge in the audience. So as you step down, what worries you most about the alliance, and what encourages you the most?
So before I even get to those two questions, you rarely get a chance like this beyond your change of command to say a couple of nice things about the men and women that you commanded. And so it's been almost a month, but I would just like to talk about all of the men and women of all 28 nations and our partners who I was fortunate enough to work with, work beside, and in many cases command. They were absolutely superb in some pretty tough times and are facing even more tough times now. So the first word to say is just thank you to all of the men and women and those that supported them that I was able to command over the years. Things that I'm happy about. I think, you've heard it said a couple of times on the stage already, have made some of the largest changes, not only structurally, but in the attitude of our alliance over the last several decades. Being a Cold War warrior myself, beginning in 1983 in my first service in Europe, and sitting nuclear alert and working with the Army, et cetera, I understood what the Cold War was. And as the Cold War came to an end and we began out of our area operations in Afghanistan, the nature of our alliance changed. And military participation became more an option and a possibility than a commitment. And so we went through a couple of decades of very interesting development of military capability and power in NATO. And now we see that we're having to change that again. And I think that what we have seen is meaningful, but more importantly, actual change in the way we approach business in NATO. That's the encouraging part. The tough part, though, is to finish what we started. And in finishing what we've started, not close a door to whatever it is we're going to do with Russia in the future. I've heard several words already used on this stage to this point. Cooperation, partnership. You determine what that word is. At some point in the future, we're going to have some word with Russia. We're going to have to find that path. I believe item one in finding that path is to continue to finish the work that we started at Wales and to successfully implement those things that we're looking forward to as we go to Warsaw. And to do that convincingly, because as was said by many learned colleagues, Russia does understand power and strength and unity. And so those are good ingredients to beginning our path to, again, you choose the word, whatever it is that we're going to establish with Russia in the future.
Let me try out a word on you. Engagement. Elements of containment, elements of engagement. But the question for me is, are we doing enough in containment? So you said, as you accepted our award, quote, deterring Russia by carefully shaping Moscow's choices and managing Putin's confidence. How's that going? And what do you read at the moment as Putin's intentions?
So how's it going? I think that Mr. Putin may actually be a bit surprised at how well NATO has moved forward with the changes that were started in Wales. And it's not perfect. I will take a challenge from anyone in the audience about, have we really accomplished everything that we set to in Wales as it relates to force structure changes, the way we organize, the new capabilities of decision-making in SACEUR and the NACIC, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that the progress is measurable and demonstrative in the way that we have exercised, and that the way that the alliance actually came together very quickly to do some things that many never thought it would do in building the VJTF and other things. So I think that Mr. Putin is probably at least understands that the alliance has moved forward in a way that probably was not expected by some. That, I think, he does understand that unity. We've always talked about his number one goal is really to crack either the EU or crack NATO, because if he does that, then he gets everything else he wants. But what we have shown him since Wales is more unity. And it's not perfect. We've had a very good, engaging, sometimes lively conversation about the two strategic directions of NATO, East and South. But NATO has constructively met those challenges and continues today to try to make sure that both crowds their expectations are being met. So I think that we have some success. Now, clearly, and if you read over the past month or so, 2 months, as nations are going through their budget processes, you hear those words which challenge our abilities to do some of these things that we said we were going to do. Some of that, there is substance, and some of it, I think, is the politics of trying to get budgets adjusted and passed. But again, I think we need to keep focused on that unity so that we do present that very solid front to Mr. Putin.
I worry personally. Jim Hasek was nice enough to mention my book, Berlin 1961. But I think one of the points that it made was that because of the acquiescence to the construction of the Berlin Wall in 1961, Khrushchev took a message that he could go further, and we faced a Cuban Missile Crisis. There was a miscalculation, went too far. History doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. I can't remember who said that. It's the final months of an Obama administration. If I'm Vladimir Putin, perhaps this is a time for me to get done what I still want to get done. What does he want to get done? And where would you watch right now if sitting in your old position? What would concern you the most to be watching right now?
Well, I think that, that, as I mentioned before, and I think that I wouldn't use I wouldn't even name this administration, but I would say that at the end of any administration and the beginning of any new administration, you have a period where I think many look at that as a time of opportunity. That could be opportunity from the side of the perceived aggressor. It could also be opportunity on our side because it presents the possibility of a more open dialogue, possibly. Mm-hmm. And frankly, I think that we need to go there. Mm-hmm. We need to begin to have meaningful dialogue. And the question is that dialogue possible by our government, or is that some sort of track 2 on steroids that begins these conversations? I don't know. But to get back to your real question, again, if Mr. Putin is able to break apart the EU or begin to make cracks and fissures in the EU or NATO, he gets everything else he wants. A starting point, I think, would be a full court press to try to break the sanctions, because that is then the first crack that becomes the fissure that becomes the problem. So I think you can expect pressure on things that would show disunity in either the EU or NATO. There are those opportunities.
In that spirit, what constitutes success at the Warsaw Summit? And then go one step beyond that. What's not going to be done at the summit that you think one will have to turn attention to thereafter?
So I've said more than once about Wales. It was an incredible privilege to sit at the table at Wales with the 28 heads of state. And I was amazed at how fast that body came to the conclusion that the most important thing that came out of Wales was an early, strong, firm commitment to unity and Article 5 collective defense. In other words, right up front, we are together in this, and we are serious about it. I think that's a really good starting point, again, for Warsaw. Early and very demonstratively to talk about the unity of our alliance in its endeavors. Second, as I said, one of the most important things I think, and you asked me what I worried about, is that we finished the work we started. So we have almost completely structurally finished the work that Wales gave us. Multinational Core Northeast, VJTF, NFIUs, all of the things that were structurally tasked to us. We've finished those and made them done. But we need to show sustainment in what we started so that there's there when our opponents look across the line. So a strong statement of commitment of the nations to meet those obligations that we set forth in making the changes that we expected at Wales. And then, as Evelyn and others mentioned before, and I don't want to speak for the alliance since I'm not in it anymore, but there are several next steps that are expected at Warsaw as it relates to deterrence and other things. And I think a firm commitment to a realistic program that we can expect to meet is very, very important.
Maybe you can be, as a military man looking at the situation, we all know that there's language, persistent presence, operational, rotational, persistent presence. I mean, I know all the language, but what's the reality of what you have to do to deter in today's world and looking at Russian capabilities? And here I refer to the report of the RAND Corporation that noted that NATO can't successfully defend the territory of its most exposed members. So these new steps that are being taken, does that change that equation? And I suppose to get even more concrete, if you look at what the Russians are doing in the Kaliningrad Oblast, it seems as though NATO is facing a different environment in the region that may require looking at it quite differently. So I'm sorry to bundle so much in one question. But
yeah, and you actually asked two questions. You started first talking about deter, and then you went to defense.
Yeah.
And they're, as you know, they're not the same. And I think that we can deter. And I think that when it relates to Article 5 level issues in NATO soil, we have deterred. So we have been successful to this point. The defend part, David Ochmanik's work and others, is very good. But there are always, what comes out of that work is based on the model by which it is built and what goes into it. Mm-hmm. And what I always challenge in that work is the speed of decision making. Mm-hmm. And what I've said more than once is that we can defend if we get early, decisive movements from our nations and our NATO leadership. If we get in front of a problem, which requires good, fused intelligence, indications and warnings, and the courage to take decisions based on those indications and warnings. I believe you can defend with early, firm decision-making. So again, the models, I think the models are very good, but the premise under which the models are built, I think it's important to understand.
So let me ask one more question, and then I'll go to the audience. You came to the Atlantic Council and exhorted us to do something that I'm not sure we actually really did, and I'm not sure NATO has actually really done, and that is to come up with a gray area strategy. And a lot of the people in our audience during the course of the day would say that the gray area strategy is bringing us all into NATO, but as that's not going to happen in the short term, Georgia, Ukraine, Belarus to a certain extent, Moldova for sure. Are we closer to having a strategy, or do they remain gray areas, and is this the volatile area that we have to look at in the next months, years?
My thinking crew tried for almost a year to get me to stop, and actually successfully, to get me to stop using the word gray areas because they didn't like the way that connotation played out. They wanted to be me to be more sharp and talk about nations between Russia and NATO, which begs the question then of how do we describe nations that touch NATO nations that touch Russia. But we do not have a gray area strategy, and I don't know if our government is expected to have a multitude of strategies. As you know, a lot of things we do, we wait until there's a problem and then we work it out. I think that by default, we may have set a strategy about these nations between Russia and Europe because we drew a very bright line at the NATO boundary, didn't we?
Yep.
And so by setting a policy to the west of that bright line, we have sort of by default set a policy to the east of that red line. So I'm not sure that either you or our nation has succeeded at really articulating in a strategic way our approach to these nations. We all have, I think, understand the words which I don't think are hollow, which are very true, that we have values and we expect to share those values. We expect that nations have self-determination and that we respect a nation's self-determination. And so there are policies that we expect in all these nations, but no.
Yeah.
Neither you nor our nation has truly articulated a clear strategy, I think, for those nations.
So give Damon and our team a couple of weeks and we'll come up with it. Or let's go to the audience. Questions, please. Yes. And for the microphone in the audience, please identify yourself, even though I know who you are.
Good afternoon, General. Thank you for all your service. We appreciate it. I'm Ariel Cohen. I'm a senior, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. I just came back from Moscow, and they are talking themselves into a pre-war frenzy, in my evaluation, whether it's done for the purposes of regime survival or because of knee-jerk instincts that go back to Joseph Stalin. It's a separate discussion. My question is this. Russia has a doctrine of escalation to tactical nukes quickly, and they also have a significant superiority in tactical nukes. Their response is they're stored, they're not deployed. To what extent do you see it as a real threat? And if, God forbid, we go to a shooting war by mistake, by accident, nobody wants the war on our side, clearly. How fast do you think they may be deploying and using TAC nukes?
So these are very hard questions, and I'll try to answer as best I can. Let me first say, though, to your first premise that they're talking themselves into a frenzy. That's why I brought up my very first comments, and I'll talk more about this in the smaller group tonight, as a matter of fact. And that is, I think that we have to, in a very determined way, not a casual way, we need to, in a very determined way, begin to establish quality communications with the Russians. If we wait for it to fall into our lap, we are going to fail, and this risks more problematic developments along those lines. You use several reasons why you think, I think it's all of those reasons. I think both of what you said, I think, are a part of why they are where they are. But I think the first and foremost point is that we cannot, we have to, with purpose, with malice aforethought, if you'll allow me, set forth to establish a line of communications. And it may be frustrated and frustrating in the beginning, but we really, I don't think, have any choice at this point. So we need to move out. And I'm not a military man, but I'll use those words every once in a while. So to the second point.
Is this accidents at sea conversation a start in that direction, or is that?
It very much could be. Incidents at sea, which in EUCOM we've established, we've grown to be both incidents at land, at air, and at sea. We have that line of communications. It has worked. Admiral Mark Ferguson, who was just relieved, had change of command a couple of days ago, had a very successful series of talks with the Russians just about a month before I left in our last Inc-Sea conversations. It would be good to have a broader NATO, Inc, air, land, and sea, I think. This is a little bit more problematic because 28 nations want to be involved with how you focus these conversations, so it would not be an easy task. But I believe that that mechanism would be a good one, and I've suggested it before I left. To the other point, the combination of escalate to de-escalate is the way we like to say it, and the fact that the Russians speak about, write about, and train to using tactical nukes as a logical and understood extension of conventional war is problematic. And how do you build a war plan that provides off-ramps or opportunities for de-acceleration so that you don't get to that point? Realizing that the whole reason they build that is to coerce you, to put you in a frame of mind that you have no other choice except for to capitulate, or will end up in this ugly place. And so how do you build a war plan that responds to that line of logic, that demonstrates power, demonstrates capability, but provides off-ramps so that both nations, but certainly the one that espouses using tactical nukes, sees an opportunity to in some way meet some of their objectives, but begin to decelerate or accelerate. That is an art, I think, and not a science. and it is one that many learned and well-trained officers and thinkers, civilians alike, in UCOM and other places are working through right now.
Questions? Please, in the back and then up here.
Yeah, hi sir, James Drew from Aviation Week. I'm wondering, there's been a lot of discussion about who NATO would go to war for. You know, whether it would be in America's interest to, say, send troops into battle for Georgia, or some other new nation that, or some other smaller NATO member. How much of a challenge is it for NATO, in your mind, to be able to put its hand on its heart and say, we will defend you if you evoke Article 5, even though it may not be in the interest of the US, UK, France, or some of these larger members?
So again, you sort of mixed your question there. You were talking about, I think, partners and gray states, but then at the end of your sentence, you talked about smaller NATO members. You've mixed two ingredients that don't mix in the context of your question, I think. Rather than put words in the mouth of our government, I would just repeat what our president said at Wales. He was extremely clear that we will defend every inch of NATO territory. So I don't have any problems with that guidance. I completely understand that. And there was no questions about how that was stated. Now, your tougher question is the other part. And I am not a part of the government and will not offer any policy thoughts as to that. I will allow that for others to do there. And I've listened to the conversation today. It was rich. I'm not sure that I have anything as a person to add to that conversation.
Terrific. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, General. Iame Ormisholi, I'm from the Voice of America. You mentioned that if Mr. Putin exploits the cracks, he will get everything he wants. What are those cracks, and would you call Georgia one of those?
I would never describe Georgia as a crack in NATO. So I don't mean to be flip in that reply. I would never describe Georgia as a crack in NATO. Remember, I was the military commander of NATO. Georgia was one of our most stalwart military forces. You know, 10 years ago, we chose the vice commander of ISAF based on numbers of troops contributed by a nation. In the last year of ISAF and the first year of Resolute Support, if we had chose the vice commander by that rule, the vice commander would have been a Georgian general. Georgia has exceeded the military requirements of NATO. Its troops are some of the best trained we have. They perform without caveat in every situation, every place we send them. They have died and bled alongside of us. I'm not going to remark to the political side, but Georgia is not a crack in NATO. Georgia is a stalwart, well-performing military member of our partnership.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you for being here, General. My name is Connor Clark. I'm an intern with the American Foreign Policy Council, and I wonder if you could speak to some of the strategic challenges with getting all the NATO members on the same page in presenting that united front, where it's clear that there already are some disagreements and there's no covering that up, whether it's the missile defense shield. There's internal disagreement from what I understand as to whether that really is directed at Iran or it could be a counter to Russia. Obviously, the Russians are viewing it that way, but there's even internal disagreement about NATO. There's issues with Turkey and their role in the refugees and how to handle that issue, especially vis-a-vis Russia because of these ongoing potential terrorism concerns. You've seen President Hollande jetting off to Moscow for the weekend, and how do you, if not on the political sense or diplomatic sense, but on the strategic front, what are some of the challenges and potential opportunities for resolving those more technical or military hardware or strategic issues of presenting a united front?
Again, please allow me not to sound flip, but you use the word disagreements. I think those are ongoing conversations. I'm just a Georgia boy, educated in Georgia. But I talk a lot about NATO, and what we do in NATO is making soup. And there's 28 flavors that go into the soup. And every time we build a soup and we come to a final consensus and we move forward, those ingredients are added in different levels and in different ways, and the soup tastes a little different every time it's made. But the bottom line is the soup is good and it's nourishing. And so we have a lot of conversations. Can you imagine how many people were there in your family? So how many times at your dinner table did the four of you disagree over something or have a conversation about something? And so multiply that by 7 and you get 28. And so I would just say that NATO is an alliance of 28 allies who all freely express their opinion as the soup is being made. But when the soup is made, we're pretty good at moving forward with 28 of us eating the soup. And so I take this much more positively than you. There are complaints, and let me tell you that General Phil Breedlove was one of the complainants at one time about the speed of decision-making in NATO. And frankly, in a couple of times and places, I was pretty glad that it was slow, because we might have gone somewhere we didn't need to go based on some good conversations. And then other times it was so fast I could barely keep up with them. When we launched the mission in the Aegean, I've never seen anything happen so fast. And we were working hard to get the military put together to react at speed. So you used the word. I wouldn't use that word. I would talk about 28 allies who freely express themselves and then come together to make pretty good soup before it's all over.
It's really tempting to go after that metaphor, but I'm gonna restrain myself. I think I see one last question, and then I may ask something regarding soup as well.
No fun letting my old mentor give me a question.
John Breedlove, good to see you, sir, and welcome home. My understanding is right now there's an exercise, a NATO exercise going on in Poland, and General Breedlove, as the commander of the troops and the field commanders taking place, what do you tell them is the purpose of this exercise? In other words, why are we here?
General Schott, I would never presume to correct, but let me just do one small correction. It's not a NATO exercise. It is actually a Polish multinational exercise. There is a NATO exercise also happening in conjunction in another place. The alliance took a decision not to connect the two, to make it less, hopefully, less offensive to the Russians. And so a decision was made to keep them separate. So the exercise, Anaconda, is a Polish multinational exercise. And we, the United States, are there in a very big way, a very big way. But it is, again, not a NATO exercise. Now, everybody in it is NATO or a NATO partner, and one could probably understand that the Russians don't see the difference in what's going on. But the political leadership of NATO took a decision to say this will not be under the rubric of NATO. It is a Polish multinational exercise. And then on the other side, there is a NATO exercise going on. So if you remember, sir, what we did when I first came aboard in NATO, before Crimea, before Donbass, before they moved the line again in Georgia, et cetera, long before that, we were looking at what is the raison d'etre of NATO as ISAF ends? What is the glue now that holds NATO together as ISAF ends? And what we chose at that time was to recognize that we had been in a period of about 13 years of counterinsurgency operations. And we'd gotten pretty good at it. And our skills were high. But what had atrophied over that time was high-end Article 5 defense. We hadn't exercised at a divisional level, much less a corps level or a field army level. We hadn't done things that used to be part of our DNA in Europe, as you remember. And so we decided, again, before Crimea, before Donbass, etc., that we were going to set about rebuilding the Article 5 capabilities of NATO. And we set forward a series of exercises. Last year, Trident Juncture was built as this big exercise by some in the press as a big anti-NATO exercise. That exercise was completely built and designed before Crimea. It was executed just like we planned it before Crimea. So what I would say to the troops right now as they're exercising in Poland and other places is we have skills that we have lost over time. We need to be exercising both mentally in a command post way and on the ground, physically hooking radio nets and things that we have not done for many years at that echelons above brigade level, as you know. We need to do all of that. And so I would tell the troops that we are an Article 5 collective defense alliance. We need more practice at our basic skill set, and this is about that. I think that's the way, sir, I would approach that.
And then just my final question, and I know this could be an hour-long answer, but you probably don't want it to be, which is looking to the South. There's all sorts of debate now what one ought to be doing as you look at the South as NATO. What is the challenge that you think is most appropriate for NATO to take on?
So it's a multi-headed problem in the South. And we are already beginning to take on some of the problems in the South. And I think we need to get even better at that. So let's parse this just a little bit. The issue of flow of terrorists, foreign fighters, criminality, and we have to acknowledge legitimate refugees that are coming across borders, coming across the water, etc. We have to address that. And I think that the nations are doing that. It's not perfect yet. There's more work to be done, but we are beginning to do that. We need to remember that we have an ally in Turkey that is being squeezed at a pretty tough place. To the south, a civil war. To the north, an increasingly hostile Black Sea. And so that is a critical and geopolitically incredibly important ally that we need to be focused on as an ally. I think we need to work with the EU to begin to address the problems that NATO is not designed to address in some of the issues along the northern coast of Africa, through the Levant, and into Syria. As was said before, we are a political and military alliance. We are not an alliance that does well with judicial, policing, etc., etc. We are not an alliance that is built to address the humanitarian needs that are being created in those areas. And so I think there is opportunity to work with organizations like the EU, possibly the UN or others, to begin to add some of the skill sets that we have to help them in the heart of their matter as they begin to approach some of these issues. And then the alliance, I think, will, over time, begin to make decisions one way or the other. I judge neither way about whether they will be militarily more involved in some of these issues out of area.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether Damon wants to say any final words or exhortations. I do want to congratulate him and the incredible Atlantic Council team that's put this together. I want to thank you, General Breedlove, for 4 decades of service and 4 years of service to NATO. This is a rich conversation. We've been lucky to have you in the positions you've been in. We look forward to continuing to work with you on this set of issues. And thank you for really powerfully ending a very useful, timely day of conversations about Europe's frontiers and the future of enlargement. Thanks very much.